who've taken time out for their holiday weekend to participate in this session. I really appreciate your contribution. I am Vermonja Alston, Associate Professor in the Department of Humanities, York University in Toronto. I asked Andrea Davis to organize this session for us, and she came through it with flying colors. I'm going to introduce her as the chair of this session and organizer. But the session will, thank you. The session will proceed in the order in which it appears in your program. This is Black Studies in Canada, considering the impact of the Caribbean and Haiti. Andrea Davis is Associate Professor, soon to be full professor, in Black Culture Studies of the Americas in the Department of Humanities at York University in Toronto. She's also the 2023 Academic Convenor of the Congress of the Humanities and Social Sciences and co-editor of the Journal of Canadian Studies. She is also former chair of the Department of Humanities from 2015 to 2020, and former special advisor on the Faculty of Liberal Arts and Professional Studies, Anti-Black Racism Strategies from 2020 to 2021. She holds cross appointments in the graduate programs in English, Interdisciplinary Studies, Gender, Feminist, and Women's Studies, Social and Political Thought. Her research focuses on literary and cultural studies, Black diaspora and Caribbean studies, and youth studies. She is particularly interested in the intersections of the literatures of the Caribbean, the United States, and Canada, and her work encourages an intertextual, cross-cultural dialogue about Black women's experiences in diaspora. She is the author of Horizon, Sea, Sound, Caribbean and African Women's Cultural Critiques of Nation, published by Northwestern University Press in 2022. I'm going to briefly yield the microphone to Andrea so that she can do an Indigenous land acknowledgement.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you to the sponsors and organizing committee for organizing this important conference. I come to you today from Newmarket, Ontario, the traditional territories of the Wendat, the Haudenosaunee, and the Anishinaabe peoples. This land is governed by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant. In making this land acknowledgement, I honor and acknowledge the land and its peoples who have been here thousands of years before the forced arrival of my own ancestors as enslaved Africans. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Davis. The first panelist is Darcy Ballantyne. She is an assistant professor at the Department of English at Toronto Metropolitan University. She teaches and researches in the areas of Black studies, Black Canadian literatures and culture, city writing, the Black memoir, and critical mixed race theory. Her Shirk-funded dissertation, A Poetics of the Contemporary Black Canadian City, examines depictions of the city by Black Canadian writers within the context of plantation theory. Her paper, there has been a change in title, so I want to note this for the program. Black Studies in Canada, Revealing Willful Black Knowledge Making. Our second presenter is Andrea Davis, and her paper is Black Intellectualism as Humanities Project. Professor Carl James is our third presenter. He holds the Jean Augustine Chair in Education, Community, and Diaspora in the Faculty of Education at York University, and is the Senior Advisor on Equity and Representation in the Office of the Vice President of Equity, People, and Culture. His book is Color Matters: Essays on the Experiences, Education, and Pursuits of Black Youth. Professor James will be delivering the paper, also a change in title, Where You From? Color, Difference, and Black Students Belonging on University Campuses. Our final presenter is Bianca Beauchemin, who recently earned a Ph.D. in the Department of Gender Studies at the University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA. Her dissertation, which she is preparing for publication, is titled Rousing Freedoms, Reimagining the Haitian Revolution Through Sensuous Marronage. Now I will yield and the title of her paper has not changed. It is Deciphering Caribbean Canadian Diasporic Aesthetics of the Haitian Revolution as Black Freedom Epistemes. I will yield the microphone at this point to Professor Ballantyne.
Thank you very much, Dr. Alston, and thank you to the organizers. Thank you, Dr. Davis, for inviting me to join this panel. And I'm thrilled to be presenting with my co-panelists. As I begin to develop course content for the coming academic year, I have been tempted to think of what I am doing as new. I am a new hire in the first year of a tenure track position that began in the tumultuous second year of the global COVID-19 pandemic. I am planning a new English undergraduate course called Black Arts, Black Power, which is the required course in a new interdisciplinary Black Studies minor being launched in fall 2022 at the newly named or newly officially renamed institution, Toronto Metropolitan University, or TMU. The renaming seeks to separate the university from the role the school's namesake, Egerton Ryerson, had in the design and implementation of Canada's residential school system. Moreover, the renaming from Ryerson to the temporary placeholder X to TMU draws attention to the historically and contemporaneously vexing relationship between dominant institutions like the Academy and the Indigenous and Black people who work, teach, and study in those places which are often deeply antithetical to Indigenous and Black human life. When I envision my course, as well as TMU's Black Studies minor and Black Studies in Canada more broadly, I feel a sense of both exhilaration at the work Black Arts, Black Power, and the other courses in the minor might do inside, outside, and across the Academy, and gravity at the weightiness of the task at hand, which involves, among other things, attending to the considerable gaps in the literary and cultural knowledges and contributions of people of African descent, and introducing students to the historical and social contexts of cultural production by members of the Black diaspora, especially Black people in Canada. But as I think about those Black knowledges and contributions in the context of my new Black Studies minor course, being taught in the first quarter of the 21st century, I am reminded of something Catherine McKittrick said in a recent talk entitled Black Studies Is, which is that Black Studies is already here. Recent global and local events bolster my sense of being involved in a novel undertaking. These include the 2013 UN General Assembly's declaration of 2015 to 2024 as the International Decade for People of African Descent, and its specific recommendations around supporting, quote, research, education, and training, end quote, on Black-focused issues, and TMU's own 2019 Anti-Black Racism Campus Climate Review Report that called for the university to support opportunities to deepen and expand curriculum and pedagogies in Black studies in departments and programs, among other anti-Black racism efforts. But despite the seeming newness of my circumstances, Black studies is not new. I find it useful to think about McKittrick's assertion that Black studies is already here, alongside Ronaldo Walcott's statement in The Long Emancipation that he and other Black and non-Black scholars have long done what he calls, quote, Black studies with a lowercase b and a lowercase s, without an institutional name and an institutional location until recently, end quote. Both McKittrick and Walcott offer compelling and interconnected models for visioning Black studies with an uppercase B and uppercase S in Canada now that don't lose sight of, but rather build on the textual, cultural, and expressive materials produced in the 19th century. This rich intellectual inheritance, what McKittrick calls, quote, willful Black knowledge making, end quote, constitutes an extensive Black archive on how to move forward as we consider what kind of work Black studies can and should do now as it becomes more formalized within the institution. I want to suggest that Black studies in Canada can and should do revelatory work. That is to say, work that reveals the complexities, nuances, and long-standing presences of Black people here and their interconnections with other Black people in the diaspora. But Black studies should also reveal and seek to address what is at stake for Black people and for all people when Blackness is imagined as a non-presence, a non-existence, and in Walcott's terms, quote, a non-human life form. The most common refrain from undergraduate students in a Black Canadian Literatures and Cultures course I taught as a sessional lecturer in winter 2021 was some version of the question, why wasn't I taught this before? Accompanied by shock and anger at the depth and purposefulness of the nation's brazen anti-Blackness. My students recognized that the knowledge they had been denied helped to form the ways in which they conceive of themselves and others. Among other things, that course introduced students to Black theorists, writers, poets, playwrights, film and documentary makers, and other creatives whose work not only reveals hidden Blackness in Canada, but also, importantly, reveals the various official, pardon me, and casual strategies used to undermine Black lives. As I reflect on that class and the thoughtful students in it, I am particularly struck by a conversation I had with one young student. She explained through a blackened Zoom square that she had hesitated to take the course because she wasn't sure it would speak to her, a self-declared, shy, middle-class, private school educated, Alberta-born white girl, as she put it. We had just finished reading Cheryl Fogo's memoir, Pouring Down Rain, A Black Woman Claims Her Place in the Canadian West. And watching the documentaries, We Remember Amber Valley and Secret Alberta, the former life of Amber Valley. This body of work reveals how Blackness arrives and presents itself differently here, and therefore how Blackness here confounds the nation's mythical narrative about how Canada was constituted by the labor of hearty Euro-white settlers, as a haven for enslaved African Americans, as a key terminus on the Underground Railroad, a kind of glory land, as Carolyn Smarts Frost puts it in her book, I've Got a Home in Gloryland, and so on. The Black Oklahomans who came to Canada in response to the federal government's 1872 Dominion Lands Act to encourage settlement on the prairies, homesteaded in Amber Valley from 1910 to the early 1930s. They cleared and cultivated the land. They built homes, stores, and a church. They even formed the unbeatable Black Amber Valley baseball team. They were legally free in Oklahoma, but they were seeking real freedom in Canada from American Jim Crow. Moreover, as Rachel Walters tells us in As Migrants and as Immigrants, they came because, as one young Black settler is quoted as saying, they thought, quote, they could have freedom in Canada. They thought they could be a human being here, end quote. The Amber Valley community disappeared because it could not withstand the onslaught of anti-Black racism from powerful organizations like the Edmonton Board of Trade and the United Farmers of Alberta, for instance, which wrote, quote, we consider Negroes undesirable as fellow citizens in this province, end quote. Not long after this and other public statements against the Black settlers, then Prime Minister Wilfrid Laurier passed an order in council to ban Black Americans from entering the country for a period of 12 months. That political, juridical measure was enough to end Black migration to the area, and the once vibrant Black community soon disappeared from the map. Thus, both real freedom and membership in the category human being were unavailable to Black people in Canada. My student, having flown home to Alberta to visit family and friends, questioned them about their knowledge of Black Amber Valley. She wanted to know, she said, why no one had told her about her own community's complex history, her history, the history of the very people who were constitutive to the development of her own town, province, and country. The people whose erasure helped produce her own partial sense of herself. The fact that no one with whom she spoke had ever heard of Amber Valley or had any awareness of the historically significant Black presence in the area is testament to the considered past and ongoing juridical and legislative burial of the rich archival materials and knowledges about Blackness in Alberta. Black studies in Canada can reveal the Blackness that is already here and the ways in which that Blackness is made to appear to not be here, to not be. It can also reveal the partial lives we are all made to live because of and through white supremacy. I use this story because it illustrates how profoundly we are all, especially but not only Black people, diminished when we are denied access to our own collective history and impoverished by the thin narrative of nation-making offered by the state and its official apparatuses. In Black Studies McKittrick argues that Black Studies enters the university variously, including via books, libraries, Black students, scholars, and members of the community, to name a few. How much richer would the university and Black Studies be if those who entered it had not been denied the opportunity to develop rich, full, and complex notions of themselves as human beings, living in relation to other human beings with equally rich, full, and complex lives and histories? the story also helps me begin to think through the implications of one of the central provocations in the long emancipation, which involves reimagining and rearticulating what it means to be human. The paradigm my student encountered on a return to the Canadian Midwest is an instance of the enduring material consequences of what Walcott names, quote, the ordering of human life, in which only certain lives matter and are even considered a life, end quote. The idea that Black people, Black communities, Black life can so easily be constructed and understood as non-existence and non-presence underscores the inadequacy of, to borrow again from Walcott, Euro-American partial forms of life, which are shrouded in failure for all of us. Finally, the aspect of my project that is new then is the way it must take up the urgent invitation by so much recent willful Black knowledge making to, as Dion Brand says, quote, think again where analysis and theory begin and begin again, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Darcy and Vermonja, for those really generous introductions and for everyone who has joined us today. The ideas in the paper I'm sharing come from my very preliminary thinking in my next book project, Essays in Black Studies. In Up From Slavery, Booker T. Washington recalls the opening of the school that would become the Tuskegee Institute and notes that among the first cohort of 30 students, some had studied Latin and Greek and felt that this accomplishment entitled them to special distinction. He then goes on to recall what he describes as, quote, one of the saddest things he had seen during his travel through Black communities in Alabama in the late 19th century. The saddest thing was the image of, quote, a young man who had attended some high school, sitting down in a one-room cabin with grease on his clothing, filth all around him, and weeds in the yard and garden, engaged in studying French grammar. I begin with this picture of a lone Black boy engaged in the study of a subject that seems to carry no direct utilitarian value, as in no value in immediately ameliorating the conditions of his poverty. To think about Black people's fraught relationship to the academy and the humanities in particular. In other words, I want to think about the seeming incongruity of Black people's bodies and presences in Canadian universities, particularly when they are not engaged in the form of utilitarian knowledge production meant to facilitate their accommodation within a social structure in which their participation has been predetermined in advance of their arrival. I'm thinking, for example, of why Black Canadian university students are more likely to choose careers in social work, sociology, criminology, accounting, and nursing than in languages, literature, and philosophy in the humanities. Part of Black students' hesitancy to pursue studies in the humanities, of course, has to do with the fact that they struggle to see themselves represented in these fields in a way that is useful to their desire for life and freedom. The humanities, as a vanguard of a white supremacist imaginary, has been directly responsible for the construction of Indigenous and Black people's presumed inhumanity, and for providing the philosophical discourse that supported and undergirded the conquest of Africa and the Americas, the theft of Indigenous lands, and chattel slavery. As a result, study and research in the humanities have long been regarded as reserved for a small, privileged post-Enlightenment white elite. The idea of the humanities as a reserved and sacrosanct field further derives from the idea that it is a field of study restricted to those few who can afford to participate in learning solely for learning's sake. This notion of the privileged humanities student, certainly at the time of publication of Up From Slavery in 1901, and certainly in the postbellum South, was of a wealthy white man or woman, likely from a long tradition of enslavers or the religious clergy, whose very wealth had been produced by the subordination of Black people. While this view of the humanities as a site of prestigious higher learning reserved for an elite minority may have shifted somewhat in the mid to late 20th century after the modest integrationist achievements of the civil rights movement, the 21st century and growth of the neoliberal university have brought new challenges. An increased focus on the utilitarian value of university degrees in career-driven economies has led to a crisis within the humanities and liberal arts, where programs have been suffering from rapidly declining enrollments. Humanities programs in universities everywhere, from Ivy League institutions like Harvard to smaller liberal arts colleges in the United States and publicly funded universities in Canada, have been desperately trying to reimagine themselves and rearticulate their value within an increasingly skeptical post-secondary sector. In Ontario, home to a large percentage of first and second generation immigrants and aspiring middle-class families, the conservative provincial government has deprioritized university education, appearing to place more value on the practical training skills provided by colleges than in the critical thinking skills acquired in universities. This assumption of a university degree as primarily about one's ability to participate in the capitalist machinery of selfish overconsumption is linked, ironically, to ideas about justice, equity, and inclusion. This understanding of justice derives from the belief in racial capitalist societies that the problem of racial inequality is primarily an economic problem that can be solved by providing Black people with the education or training that will equip them for available jobs and increase their participation and entrance into the middle classes. This articulation of Black people's social challenges as a relationship to capital assumes that the primary problems Black people face are poverty and crime, and that crime is a byproduct of poverty. Since crime is already understood as a threat to the capitalist order, as in a threat to those who own capital, for liberal politicians, the alleviation of poverty and the participation of more Black people in the workforce is good for everyone. In Du Bois's response to Washington's invocation of the memory of the Black boy and the French grammar book, he critiques the idea that material prosperity is enough to transform Black degradation and restore Black subjectivity. Quote, "So thoroughly did he, Washington, learn the speech and thought of triumphant commercialism and the ideals of material prosperity that the picture of a lone Black boy poring over a French grammar amid the weeds and dirt of a neglected home soon seemed to him the acme of absurdities," end of quote. The notion of economic justice espoused by Washington and others suggests that poor Black people will live better lives, not if we eradicate poverty for everyone, work toward less competitive forms of citizenship, or provide the means by which they might dream and imagine and otherwise, but if they are allowed to participate in the existing capitalist project of wealth creation in a way that sustains their own basic survival. These ideas are fundamental to the way racial capitalism works. In this model of justice in the Deep South in the 19th century, Washington's image of the boy in the one-room cabin might shift to an image of a boy in a 2 or 3 room house wearing clean clothing and with some flowers in a garden. The French grammar in either scene remains out of place. The reality is that Black people have always had fraught relationships with educational institutions, even as they have seen education as critical to a narrative of progressive freedom. In Canadian universities, research on and about Black peoples see them and their communities as originating from a place of deficit. The questions that drive this kind of research are concerned with how to protect the capitalist state by bringing Black communities into meaningful economic participation, contextualizing their poverty, and containing or mitigating Black criminality. In other words, how can institutions of higher learning help Black people as descendants of formerly enslaved Africans, immigrants, and refugees overcome their ongoing marginalization, maladaptation, and victimhood? As someone who works in the humanities, the unasked question I have to teach, think, and write against is what can Black thought, ideas, literatures, and cultures teach white Canadians? As Canadian universities establish committees and working groups to formalize Black studies programs in the aftermath of the racial reckoning of 2020, the assumption often is that these programs are best located in the social sciences, in units already attracting Black students and addressing questions directly related to anti-Black racism. When conversations are raised about the recognition of Black studies programs in the humanities, these conversations center around the study of history, displacing the problem of Blackness to the past. When Black studies engages other aspects of the humanities like literary studies, students often attempt to read literature as a sociological text or case study meant to teach them something about Black people's real or imagined lived experiences. The neoliberal universities' anxieties about the enrollment and student satisfaction demand that the proponents of these Black studies programs demonstrate why they are needed. In other words, how do they benefit white Canadian society? Will white students enroll in these programs? And how will these programs support the needs of the Canadian economy and labor market? Even as we participate in the formalization of these programs, we have to be careful that we are not co-opted into the project of white supremacist knowledge production. In How We Mistook the Map for the Territory, Sylvia Wynter traces the establishment of the first Black studies programs in the United States to another traumatic event, the 1968 murder of Martin Luther King Jr. Yet she also notes that their radical possibility in the ushering in of a new kind of world was quickly undercut. 50 years later, as we have now turned to the task of making visible Black studies programs in Canada, how might this history inform our actions? Since humanities as a site of Western hegemonic thought has shaped definitions of what Wynter identifies as a Western bourgeois generic mode of the human subject, I suggest that the location of Black and Indigenous studies in the humanities, a project I championed in my recent tenure as chair of the Department of Humanities at York University, is critical to unlodging deeply entrenched racist ideologies and transforming the white supremacist structures of Canadian universities. What might it mean to rethink the racist logic deeply rooted in Western thought, philosophy, literature, and religion by re-articulating the fields of the humanities as a radical project toward and not against Black life? Positioning Black and Indigenous studies in the humanities, I argue, has perhaps the greatest potential to radically transform the academy by exposing its white supremacist ideological framework and offering a different set of theoretical paradigms for thinking about human relationships and possibilities. When we understand, for example, that Black Canadian literature has work to do in the world because of the unfinished project of freedom, we approach its study as critical to the very preservation of Black life. Rather than demarcating Black abjection, Black Canadian literature is interested in how one asserts agency, freedom, and humanity. Black Canadian studies programs, therefore, need to recognize the importance of studying and theorizing the intersections of race, class, gender, sexuality, and geographical location. They need to include the study of history, literature, expressive cultures, and philosophical thought, not just criminology, sociology, or social work, which often center Blackness as a problem to be solved. Black studies in Canada also has to grapple with the complexities of Black identities in an African diaspora composed of historical Black communities going back to the 17th century, post-1960s immigrants from the Caribbean, in particular Jamaica and Haiti, and a growing immigrant population from across the continent of Africa in the 21st centuries. The growing complexity of Canada's Black populations means that Black studies in Canada is of necessity global in its orientation. It is diasporic and comparative, not bound by a single geographic location. It connects, draws parallels with, and charts the discontinuities between Black and other marginalized groups in Canada, as well as their entanglement with multiple places and histories. If we also understand that these programs are always already oppositional, created out of tension, protest, and activism, and in response to violence and pain, then we must also accept that they're not just about participating in knowledge production, they're about transforming the core character of the university and the societies in which we live. Black studies must prepare students to not only understand the world, but see the world, see where the world is wanting, and develop the ability and desire to make it better, to connect the university to local and global struggles so all of us may live free. Thank you so much. I turn it over to you, Carl.
Thank you very much, Andrea, and thanks very much for inviting me to be part of this. Thanks for everyone who's come, and thanks for Vermonja for facilitating this discussion and the introduction. As the title says, color, where you're from, color difference, and Black students belonging on university campuses. At one level, the question where you're from could be considered an innocent or benign question meant to, quote, get to know you because you're meeting for the first time. At another level, it might be a means of placing you because you're, quote, unquote, different, or there's something different about you. But not all difference is inquired about in this way. For while accent, language, and in Canada, other than French and English, your name, such as your first and last name or nickname, religion, place of residency, and or the organizations or clubs to which you belong might signal recognizable differences. The question is most often posed to those whose color, however, the question is always often posed to those whose color and or race, even with having the quote unquote same accent, are often seen or are often othered and often constructed as foreign. As one British young man put it, I can't get away from the fact that I'm Black, so people see that and immediately I'm different. A search of the question on YouTube how widespread this question is in Britain, the United States, and Canada. And those questioned tell us that an answer which does not seem to be in line with the intent of the question often gets the follow-up question, where are you really from? And still others would question and say further that they still ask further question. As one African British young woman put it, it's kind of like anything you tell them, they're not going to be happy with because they're looking for that answer that is in their head. That is, you can't be from here. In the Canadian context, Aisha Khan says that implicit in the question is, tell me about your brown skin. For Professor Handel Wright, it is, where do I place you? How do I place you? How do you come to belong here? And he goes on to say that insofar as such questions are so commonly asked, speak to the contradiction of Canadian multiculturalism. Since in Canada, the expectation is that real Canadians, quote, are white Canadians. And while the questioner might not think that it is a bad question, Wright points out that its effect is to tell the person that you don't belong here. And as one African Nova Scotian said, it's unexpected that I'm from Canada, period, let alone that I'm from a multi-generational family that has contributed to the better being of this nation. Often missed in the narrative of Canada is the history of enslavement of African peoples. Canada is not race neutral, for as any other Western society, and evidenced in its colonial history, whiteness continues to be privileged and all-pervasive. In fact, Canadian history of European settlement, the displacement and genocide of Indigenous people, the possession of the lands and resources, and the laws which were established to legitimize European presence in the territory are related to European imperialism and expansion. And having set out the parameters of what it means to be white, whiteness imbued with Western concepts and ideas has been the mechanism by which Canada has constructed its identity and the legal, political, economic, and social apparatus that was established to keep Canada white demographically and culturally. So Canada's multiculturalism policy of 1971 promotes the belief that, unlike the United States melting pot or assimilationist policies and practices, Canadian difference based on culture, read non-British and non-French, that is, Canadian difference and cultures assumed to keep, people are assumed to be keeping their cultures and living in harmony with one another. But clearly, this is not the case. When some people are questioned based on race, are you Canadian? And these non-Canadians are constantly reminded with the question, you are foreigners. It is in this colonial context that Canadian governments, business, and institutions are claiming to be implementing equity, diversity, and inclusion programs, which, with reference to what is happening on university campus, I will argue that this discourse of difference, even in implementing EDI, will continue, since the question on university campuses will still be where you're from. And EDI will not be implemented as we would expect. So I hold in check my optimism and hope that will change the system in terms of making the presence of Black on university campus a more inclusive one. The fact is, in Western capitalist society, the education system are integral to the advancement of capitalism, and universities are central institutions that ensure maintenance of capitalism, holding in place the racial stratification and the hierarchy of the society. Leon asserts that claiming non-whiteness in the university bodies allows schools, often predominantly white schools, to gain status, honor, and respect. These qualities translate into economic gains because they keep these schools they help these schools attract more applicants and more donors. Non-whiteness thus yields both social and economic value for colleges and universities through the process of racial capitalism. And according to Irwin and Frost, people and communities of color are seen not in their full complexity and humanity, but instead distilled down to an abstraction of difference, rendered visible only when they fulfill the educational goals of white institutions and students. In their study of university responses to the demands of racialized students, Hoffman and Michel concluded that with the ill-defined commitments to minoritized populations, institutions continue to center whiteness and other majority cultures and devalue students and their contributions to campus environment. And writing of her experience with difference at the university campus in Canada, Eternity Martyrs notes that, quote, Black students have to work twice as hard as in order to be seen as smart and studious. At another Canadian university, #Black on Campus Rally was held in November 2015. Students gathered to stand in solidarity with Black students protesting at the University of Missouri. In so doing, and recognizing that Missouri students were protesting encounters with institutional racism, that they too and students across Canada were experiencing, the Canadian students used the opportunity to put forward their demands at their university. In the following school year, a report was produced for the administrators of that university based on students' experiences. It told of a university environment that lacked representation of Black faculty and staff, and where students felt objectified, ridiculed, harassed, and the subject of unwanted attention. One student was quoted as saying, "I honestly have no faith that this report will actually go anywhere or lead to anything. I feel like this will be written up and filed away. Someone needs to advocate for the Black lives. Who will do it if everyone has an agenda of their own? I would like to see this account to something." Black, Indigenous, and other racialized faculty members also talk of unfair and alienating experiences in university. In their study of racialized faculty in Canada, Mohammed and Bagan found that they were often targets of overt racism through, quote, ignorant or hostile comments from faculty, from colleagues and students. And their work was often deemed inadequate and lacking objectivity and or academic rigor. In addition, the scholarship of racialized and Indigenous scholars, particularly an issue pertaining to race, racialization, or colonialism, was often thought to be inherently biased. This classification of their work not only functioned as a means of stigmatizing and policing these scholars and the kind of knowledge that it's produced, but also became the basis of criticism of them and their work. This is particularly true for those working in anti-racist scholarship. Further, based on their work on Canadian faculty members, Henry and colleagues in a book, Racialization in University, concluded that despite good intentions behind equity policies and legislation, few supports have been put in place to ensure that these efforts work. It was likewise taking a social, psychological, and political toll on racialized and Indigenous scholars. As elsewhere, Black students and professors in Canada have long complained about being racially profiled, and as such, a stop search and questions about their presence on university campuses. For instance, in spring 2019, a Black graduate student attending a national conference at the Federation for the Humanities and Social Sciences at the University of British Columbia in Vancouver, reported that he was stopped by conference organizers and police and asked, quote, to show his Congress registration and was falsely accused of stealing a laptop. In the spring and fall of that year, 2 Black students at the University of Ottawa were carded by campus police and questioned about their presence on campus. One was carded and handcuffed, and the other was carded inside his student resident building. Such encounters with campus police are common. Reflecting on these encounters, Professor Melinda Smith, who headed the committee that investigated the incidents at the University of British Columbia, writes in her blog, similar narratives of Black experience exist, yet reports of humiliating incidents of profiling continue to proliferate. We are reminded that Black lives in Canada are often reduced to fixed and singular identities, the violence of stereotypes, of being deemed out of place, and being under suspicion and surveilled at all times, even in the academy. Finally, we should be encouraged that in many of these same universities, Black scholars are being targeted for hires and often to teach Black studies. This is a program that studies that until now, in the wake of the demonstration following the murder of George Floyd, that a number of universities have vowed to hire Black members. But they are entering universities in which their work is often judged from a Eurocentric perspective, premised on an ideology of white supremacy. I want to think that having Black studies program in universities and with courses taught by Black faculty members would help to change the ways in which Black life, to borrow Walcott and Abdullahi's term, in Canada and on university campus have been obliterated. For Black studies would help to ensure that we all learn and deepen our understanding of Black history, culture, and experiences in Canada and the colonial history that accounts for the absent presence of Black people in the society. There's a need to learn about the international colonial relations and how systems of racial domination were developed and continue to be maintained in Western society. There's also a need to foster decolonial thinking, as Weiner writes, that rejects Eurocentric conceptions of superiority and decries racist colonial education that expunges Black history from white schools. Indeed, as an interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary approach, and Professor Davis has detailed much of this before, to study and understand the experience of African and African diaspora people, Black studies, which grew out of Black students' protest in the 1960s and 70s, will not only serve to challenge Eurocentric knowledge and paradigm, but provide the opportunities to have their stories included in the course curriculum, teaching and scholarship, and pedagogy, as well as reflect in the canons on which teachings and scholarships are built. Ultimately, in centering Black life, Black Studies offers, as Professor Davis posits in her statement for the forthcoming 2023 National Humanities and Social Science Conference themed Reckonings and Reconciliation, Black Studies provide Black Studies, that's mine, as she writes, provide opportunities to imagine and enact the terms under which we might create a radically different world, a commitment to know and care for others across our differences, and cultivate more sets of social relationships grounded in decoloniality, anti-racism, justice, and preservation of the earth. Only then, I think, that the question where you're from might be seen as meaningless, irrelevant, and not racializing. Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe it's my turn. I just have to share my screen. So. Sorry, can you see the PowerPoint presentation?
There's just a blank screen, Bianca.
Okay.
Now we can see something.
Okay. Sorry, my computer's a little slow. In the meantime, oh, there we go. I just want to thank the organizers of the conference and my fellow panelists, moderator, and of course, Dr. Davis for having me come and be part of this panel. I guess my talk, my paper is a little different as I'm sort of showing how I envision Black studies being in Canada, and I see it as a very diasporic and interdisciplinary foray. Like that's the foray I see for Black studies in Canada, and that's a little bit of what I want to share with you today. So I'll be expanding on the boundaries of my doctoral manuscript, but this paper will offer a glimpse into how the Haitian Revolution is always already something that informs Black freedom epistemes in the vast field of Black studies. Indeed, part of my methodological approach uses the Haitian Revolution as a grounding Black diasporic narrative of liberation, and thus as an epistemological anchor within Black Canadian studies and Black studies writ large. In turn, the discursive breadth and depth of Black studies is indebted to what Catherine McKittrick calls a rogue or slash interdisciplinarity, which allows us to generate Black modes of knowing that refuse to be constrained within colonial disciplinary silos. In this sense, interdisciplinarity acts as a method-making strategy, which, linked with a patient relational thinking, can drastically alter how we understand historical events and the traces they leave in the present and future. As my recent manuscript disrupts not only the authority of the colonial archives, but also prevalent masculinist and militaristic framing of insurgency discourses, this paper explores the ways in which diasporic and historically inspired aesthetics can re-narrate historic watershed events such as the Haitian Revolution and reveal generative methodologies, epistemologies, and ontologies of Black freedom and resistance. Uniquely positioned within the intersection of diasporic histories of enslavement and resistance, Black feminist thought, Black queer studies, Black cultural studies, and studies of Afro-diasporic spirituality, my larger project, along with this paper, unearths a diasporic and queer praxis of resistance born out of the possibilities of the Haitian Revolution through what I call the sensuous marriage. I use this theoretical and methodological approach to demonstrate the symbiotic and paradoxical relationship between the sensual, affective, the erotic, the corporal, the sensual, and spiritual ontologies and epistemologies, and how these knowledges unleash liberatory possibilities that perhaps maroon away from colonial, imperial, and heteropatriarchal notions of freedom. The sensuous, which for me encompasses many effective modalities such as the sensual, the sensorial, and the spiritual, in conjunction with the term marronnage, which itself conjures notions of mobility and movement of people between and through spaces, open up a new way to think about the broader spatial and temporal possibilities of freedom. Thus, the sensuous articulation of this process of liberation is tied to the formulation of time and space, the agency constructing one's own subject position, and thus one's own history. Through brief exploration of Haitian-Canadian multidisciplinarity artist Manuel Mathieu's work, and in particular his rendition of the historical figure of Romaine la Prophétesse, I will reveal intellectually imaginative and teleological Black liberation epistemes that queer notion of time, space, and Black gendered ontologies. Reading time and space as queerly Black and diasporic opens up the possibility to think about sensuous freedom dreams and embodied knowledges and artistic practices as always having been integral to Black liberation, even though they are rarely integrated within larger narrative politics or legislative apparatuses of freedom. Narratives about the Haitian Revolution commonly historicize the formidable fight for freedom, starting from the Bois Caïman ceremony of August 1791, and concluding with Haiti's national independence and formation of a Black Republic on January 1st, 1804. Within that historical time frame, I just want to briefly contextualize the early rebellious years of the Haitian Revolution. That's sort of the time frame that I'm looking at. And here I just have a few sort of timestamps. So we have the Bois Caïman ceremony, which is really seen as the spiritual event that's seen as the catalyst of the Haitian Revolution, really highlighting the spiritual practices of Black freedom discourses. Following the Bois Caïman ceremony was the Slave of the North province of Saint-Domingue rose in revolt, and it really led into the next year and months to large-scale revolts around the whole island. A few of the key players, some of the martial leaders are mentioned here, such as Jean-François Papillon and Georges Biazou. But I just want to pay close attention to one character, and that's Romaine la Prophétesse. And they were in the era of the 1791 battles, and they successfully attacked the Teve plantation and besieged Jacmel and Léogane. And this was a Black plantation owner that was an insurgent leader and was also a female presenting spiritual prophetess that led tens of thousands of people to battle for freedom. And that's sort of a history that we don't really hear about. So I want to highlight that chaotic time and highlight this figure. So the chaotic nature of the time, with all the dissenting agendas, the shifts in ideologies, the opportunistic alliances and the acts of treason that were happening at that time, and along with the fluctuating geographies of rebellion and marronage, really makes it a generative moment to experiment with different modes of being and different practices of liberation at that time. So amidst the bloodshed and the fire, were insurgent warriors solely expressing liberty through their arms? What other types of ways were enslaved people fighting for their freedoms? And if not through militaristic actions, how then enslaved people advocate and fought for freedom? During this momentous period of insurgency, I turn my attention to Romaine la Prophétesse, and how they created alternative ontologies and freedom-making practices. Indeed, I believe that the formation of alternative constructs of Black genders that go beyond militaristic conceptions can generate different Black ways of being and different Black freedom practices that circumvent Eurocentric and quote unquote unthinkable understandings of modernity, humanness, and history. And here I just want to highlight sort of the queer nature of this figure. From now on, I'll be using the pronoun he, she, just to circumvent anachronistic transgender designation and pronouns. Like, we don't know, articulations of gender were different. And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make, that there was a sort of self-making prophecy that came along with understanding the freedoms. And I want to see the dash as something that really highlights how it could conjoin the terms, but also push them apart. So really leaving a large liminality to sort of talk about this figure and using these pronouns. So just a little bit more context about Romaine la Prophétesse, who is also known as Romaine Rivière, is when I briefly, their story is when I briefly peppers the many historiography work of the Haitian Revolution. Said to be born on the Spanish side of the island of Hispaniola as a free Black person, she migrated to the French colonized side of Saint-Domingue and acquired a small coffee plantation named Trou-Coffee in the southern mountainous plain near Léogane. She is often mentioned because of their emergence as a spiritual and martial leader in the southern province of colonial Saint-Domingue in the era of the late 1791 insurgent battles. Although she was a slave owner and an insurgent military leader, I'm less interested in their success in battle and more interested in the ways in which La Prophétesse fomented support through mystical, spiritual, and gender-defined ontologies. Indeed, while male, Romaine la Prophétesse chose feminine identification and dress to bolster the spirit of liberty in hers followers. Through a syncretic religiosity encompassing Catholicism, Marianism, and diverse Afro-spiritual traditions that coalesce more or less with voodoo, Romaine, as a prophetess, congregating her followers in an abandoned church with an upside-down cross and claimed to be the godchild of the Virgin Mary. Through this spiritual authority, she then claimed that the King of France had already freed the enslaved people of Saint-Domingue and proclaimed that God, who was Black, had urged the slaves to kill the planters who denied them the rights to freedom. With approximately 10,000 followers, La Prophetess was a charismatic and effective leader that successfully attacked the Teve plantation and deceived Jacmel and Léogane. However, the biggest feat of them all is the ways in which she was able to achieve all these insurgent exploits through spiritual impetus and through deviant gendered subjectivities, which were incredibly incongruent with the common gendered ontologies linked to the Haitian Revolution. Like many liminal figures of the Haitian Revolution, Romain Riviere's revolutionary role facilitates between colonial archival documents and legendary storytelling. Indeed, how does the lens of sensuous marriage open up an alternative narration of her spiritual and gendered exploit through the landscape of the Haitian Revolution? It's my contention that the artistic is a corollary of the sensuous, of what I call the sensuous, creating a counter archive by which wayward, uncontainable, ungovernable subjects can express alternative notions of Black liberation. Although Terry Ray's monograph that we see here, The Priest and the Prophetess, provides a much needed and detailed historical account of Romain la Prophetess and her exploit, the past still remains somewhat erased, mute, and obscured in relation to other heroic Black figures of the Haitian Revolution. While colonial literature and archives may purposefully conceal or malign Black revolutionary to uphold imperial powers, Ray highlights the notable accents of La Prophetess in Haitian visual culture, an invisibility Ray cautiously attributes to her liminal class, religious, and gendered affinities. Nevertheless, Haitian-born and Montreal-based multidisciplinary artist Manuel Mathieu recently wrote this pattern through this vibrant and complex painting of La Prophetess 1 and the Prophetess 2. Oh, let's go back. Uplifting Sylvia Winter's call to develop a deciphering practice, and analyzing Mathieu's painting represents not so much an attempt to understand what these artistic works mean, but rather what they do. In turn, to assess what they do requires a reading practice that depends on an embodied and effective register. In short, a sensuous register that is not necessarily definable or quantifiable. Upholding what Edouard Glissant calls the right to opacity and the possibilities embedded in Haiti's history, Mathieu depicts La Prophetess in two differing pieces, merging abstraction with figuration. This mélange of artistic representation of La Prophetess mirrors the ambiguity and the unintelligibility and beautiful possibilities of alternative Black ways of being. Indeed, the bridging of the abstract and the figurative techniques that we see here simultaneously reveal and obscure the figure of La Prophetess, unveiling infinite ontological possibilities of Black being, of feeling and knowing. The conceptual instances of sensuous marriage on maintaining the right to opacity, and thus the right to not have a revolutionary figure like Romain to be fully decipherable to Western and colonial ways of being and knowing, protects and allows Black liberatory ontologies, epistemologies, and methodologies to flourish. The discursive unresolved ambiguity of opacity leaves room for the embodied, the sensual, the sensorial, and spiritual to reveal new possibilities of alternative freedom discourses of the Haitian Revolution. In describing his own work from the 2020 Toronto exhibit, Worlds Discovered Under Other Skies, where both of these images are displayed, Mathieu utilizes a methodological approach resembling Edouard Glissant's Poetic of Relations, as he views his artistic practice as an exercise in, quote, rubbing things next to each other and seeing them work with each other to see what happens, end quote. As opposed to trying to combine them, these, quote, things which encompass different themes, method, techniques, idea, colors, materials, shape, times, moments, spaces, and art pieces. He's more interested in letting them exist and coexist to see what doors they can open. Clearly leaning into those Glissant relational epistemologies and methodologies, his artistic approach also closely resembles Kurigo Mashiaria's theoretical framework of frottage, quote, a relational proximity that captures the aesthetics as a term of artistic practice and the libidinal, end quote. Building on these creative and conceptual approaches, I would incorporate the modality of the sensuous as part of the libidinal, as a term that holds together the sensorial, the spiritual, the sensual, and the queer, to highlight the imaginative ways in which the sexual and the sensuous can be used to imagine and create worlds and ways of being. Indeed, the ways in which the revolutionary actor Romaine La Prophétesse is recreated to relational and sensuous framework reveals something in excess of traditional heteronormative and colonial narratives of the Haitian Revolution. Indeed, the representation of La Prophétesse through these multiple and indistinguishable Black bodies overturn what we imagine a Black agent of the revolution to look like, while also hinting that at the Afro-spiritual and voodoo principle of the multiplicity of the self. Furthermore, the common images of Toussaint Louverture or Jean-Jacques Dessalines that are usually depicted in Haitian visual culture as wearing militaristic uniform, Romaine was said to be dressed in a robe covered in rosaries and buttons, along with a turban topped with a plume. Do we see that in Mathieu's rendition? Sort of. We see two different vibrant color schemas that are not indicative of militaristic or nationalistic color palettes, such as reds and blues and whites that we saw in the previous slide. We feel these colors reaching an alternative affective register, along with the flowing natures of the stroke, especially in the first image, suggesting perhaps a subtler, perhaps more feminine and gender-conforming representation of freedom fighters. In the end, Mathieu's alternative interpretation of Romaine through abstracted opacity offers indefinite possibilities of being while representing the Black queer freedom dreams of the Haitian Revolution. Understanding Romaine La Prophétesse through multiple and undefinable aesthetic representation not only subdue and or reassess her military exploits as the overdetermined masculinist ethos of Black liberation, but also highlights other facets of the figures that are integral to understanding freedom-making practices of the Haitian Revolution. The indecipherable and illegible artistic portrayal of La Prophétesse echoes her ambivalence, the fluid and shifted gendered, spiritual, and sensuous embodiment, as well as the liminal space in the zeitgeist of revolutionary Saint-Domingue narratives. The multiple revolutionary Black ontologies provided through Mathieu's representation of Romaine La Prophétesse not only fills an art historical gap, but also in a way continues the unfinished projects of the Haitian Revolution through alternative gendered Black ways of being and being free. Finally, as I build on Christina Sharp's formulation of the wake and Saidiya Hartman's conception of the afterlives of slavery that name the persistence of anti-Black violence within contemporary life, my framing highlights how structures of Black resistance and refusal also reach into alternate temporal spaces. What I'm wrestling with really is the recognition that the Haitian Revolution is not over. It's not over in Haiti, and it's not over across the Black diaspora. And I think this frame is integral to understanding Black studies. Historically speaking, the Haitian Revolution was a liminal time of uncertainty and disruption, but also a time of unimaginable possibilities where the promise of and the potential for Black liberation seemed more attainable than ever. Notions of freedom were constantly being defined, refined, tested, and enacted to combat the unfreedoms bred from imperialist exploitation. These processes of self-determination, self-naming, and creating revolutionary ways of being have never ceased and continue to counter the lingering effects of the afterlives of slavery that manifest today in the US, in Canada, and around the world through anti-Blackness, heteropatriarchy, colonialism, and racial capitalism. Ultimately, through diasporic artistic counter archives and through a rogue or radical interdisciplinarity, this paper nods to the generative plane of our alternative Haitian Revolution narratives and creating a robust arsenal of Black liberation discourses in the field of Black studies. Grounding Haiti's history and the Haitian Revolution as a grounding Black diasporic narrative not only acknowledges the global currents of history, but also, as Mathieu highlights in his work, provides an invitation to, quote, enter a world discovered under other skies, end quote. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have time for questions for this panel that range from reframing Black studies in Canada, actually creating and reframing Black studies in Canada, to reframing of the Haitian Revolution. The first question was posted in the chat for Andrea Davis. Is there a space for studying the effects of whiteness on people of European descent and connecting these studies to the impact of white supremacy and education? In other words, does whiteness need to be deconstructed in white people before they can even as a whole comprehend their collective role in maintaining white supremacy? Although this is directed at Andrea Davis, I would say that, you know, any of our panelists could take a stab at this question.
I thank you so much, Vermonja, and for sharing that question. And I can certainly start. So absolutely, I agree that this is part of the work that Black Studies does. What I'm wary of in my own work and teaching, however, is that in deconstructing whiteness or in attempting to deconstruct whiteness, we don't end up recentering it in a different kind of way. So in my courses, you know, even in the humanities, you know, both Vermonja and I were in the same department. I don't know if we mentioned that at the same university. We teach in what is, you know, largely accepted as Canada's most diverse university in the sense that there are more Black and brown people walking around York than anywhere, you know, on any other campus. So in my classrooms, I am very lucky, I know that, to have a student body that is primarily racialized. In my large first year course with 200 students, I would say 75 or 80% of them are racialized, and many of them self-identify as Black. So when I come to Black literatures, when I come to Black histories, when I do the kind of work that I think Bianca models so beautifully in her presentation, I am interested in the racialized and the Black students in my classes, second, third, sometimes first generation students who are grappling with what it means to be Black in this place that is Canada, where they're largely written out, absented, erased. So I'm coming to the work not just so much as resistance, not so much about what it can teach us or teach white people, but what I'm looking for a grammar that I can give my students, a way to help them articulate themselves and their journeys through the world. In doing that work, though, in doing that work of attending to Blackness, Black thought, Black ideas as knowledge that's valuable in and of itself, just because it's there and offered to us, my white students are able to do that deconstructing, right? Because they see it happen without me having to center them in that conversation. I don't know if that makes sense, but for me, I'm really attending to the Black students in my classes. That's what I'm trying to do, and I'm coming to the work from the perspective of the writers, the thinkers that I'm drawing on, and for what they can give me, us, you know, as a different way of articulating our relationships in the world.
The question reminds me of a situation recently where I was invited to be part of a research project and the person who was heading it was a colleague who does work on bullying, and the research person was directing it was a postdoc, and the question went out: what's the impact of COVID on students and this on young people? And this was to be done throughout Canada. And I asked, and this is 2020, late 2020. So I suggested that we put on the questionnaire some things about how are young people reacting to the George Floyd murder, the Black Lives Matter protest, et cetera, et cetera. And so we got some very, very interesting responses, especially from white youth and Black youth and other non-white youth. the postdoc wrote up a paper to be sent to a journal, and it was all about how the Black young people responded to Black Lives Matter and on this protest, and did not take up how white youth were responding. And I suggested to her, no, I think as a white person, you should look at how the white young people are taking that up. And then she said to me, she doesn't know how to do it. This is asking her to do about how white students are taking it up. She doesn't know how to do it. She could only write about how the Black respondents were taking up the whole issue of the protests, the Black Lives Matter protests. So there is, as the question implies, that need for how white researchers also understand their role and the place of race in what they're asking and the responses that must be taken up. And there's lots of work to be done in that area.
There's another question from one of our organizers, Dr. Charles, for Professor Davis. How would you advise a Black student interested in going for graduate studies in, say, ancient history?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would honestly start, I would act, I hope I would do it the same way I would, if a student were, wanting to do something, let's say in Caribbean studies or, something more clearly identifiable as Black studies. I mean, there are, the theoretical questions you have to ask. Why? I think that's an important question all graduate students have to answer. How are you coming to this work? What interventions are you making? Do you understand the conversations in the field and what interventions you're making? And then the practical ones, where can you as a Black student fruitfully do this work? And that's a big one, right? And who will you work with, right? So that students have to, we want our students to engage in, deeply in interdisciplinary forms of knowledge making and new forms of knowledge production, but they also have to understand the way the university works. And that intervention is really, really hard to do. So I wouldn't want to make it seem that there are no challenges. I think that our students have to understand what they're up against, and then we have to do the best that we can to kind of create the pathways and trajectories that might make it possible for that work to come to fruition.
Thank you. I think throughout this conference, at least the first half of it, we all assumed that the space was there, right, for Black students. And it's the intervention of our Canadian scholars who are telling us, no, first of all, we can't make assumptions that the space is there. We can't make assumptions that that the university is not a hostile work environment for this type of work. And we not only encounter hostility from administrators, we encounter hostilities from white students. We encounter threats from white students. I teach wholly online and I still get threats. The image of Canada as a place of refuge first has to be deconstructed. That's the beginning, right? To bring it back to the Haitian diaspora in Canada, I'm reminded, as you mentioned, COVID-19, that in Quebec, Haitian asylum seekers were actually the staffing long-term care facilities during the first wave of COVID. And when the premier was asked about fast tracking their applications for permanent residency, he said, no, they have to go through the normal process. And going back to Gerald Horne, we have to contrast this with the way in which Ukrainian refugees have been fast-tracked. So I think the intervention that this panel made today is to remind us that we can't assume that institutional spaces are there, that there is support simply because it's Canada. We're running over. So I think we'll have to pause now and get ready for the next session. But I want to thank you all for agreeing to participate in this first conference on African American, Haitian, I'm sorry, my dog, and Haitian relations. And maybe the next time around, we will include Haitian Canadians in the conference programming, because there is a sizable community here. Thank you. Sorry. My dog wants to talk.
Thank you so much, everyone. Just want to say that our Haitian Canadian colleague, Gilbert Satir, just presented in the other panel. Nice to see you.
You want to take us to break?
Hello, I think I should be able to put on my video at this point.
Okay, great, thank you.
Hello? Hello?
Yes?
Can you put on my video, please?
Yeah, who's the host?
I am.
Hold on.
I don't know. Well, I cannot start the video, so should I go on without the video? Okay.
No, you should have. I can see you now. We can see you.
Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the panel, Carrefour Histoire, Historical Encounters. It's part of the Relighting the Crossroads, Historical and Cultural Encounters between Haitians and African Americans. Before introducing our three panelists, I would like to thank, first of all, Dr. Lily Maricera of Haitian Studies Institute at Brooklyn College and her committee who worked assiduously to make this conference a reality. And congratulations to all who participated so far. It has been really wonderful. So our first panelist is, without further ado, I will introduce our panelist. Our first panelist is Bianca Dang, who is an assistant professor in the history department at the University of Washington. Bianca Dang's research and teaching focus on the histories of Black freedom movements and state coercion in the Americas. She's currently working on a first manuscript, which is titled, for the moment, Making Meaningful Freedom, Land, Labor, and Migration in Struggles for Autonomy in Haiti and the United States After Emancipation. This project traces how Haitians and African Americans emphasized autonomy, at times individuals, at other times community-based, as they work toward making freedom more than a legal status across the 19th century. It focuses especially on how Black women, both Haitian and American, enacted legal, diplomatic, and religious strategies to combat racism and misogyny in such pursuits. And then following Bianca Dang, our panelist will be Riley Hannick, who is a writer and also a doctoral candidate in English at the University of Iowa. Riley's research focuses on the intersections between literature, book history, visual art, and information science in the Americas. He already has published quite a bit. He's the author of Three Kinds of Motion, published by Sarabande Books in 2015. And he's the lead author of Mapping the Imaginary, available at Allah Editions. And Riley's work has also been published in Open Library of Humanities, Sonora Review, and Liberal World. And they are included among the notable essays for the Best American Series. And it's all supported by grants from the Gentle and McKnight Foundations. Finally, other panelists will be Justin Jones, who is a recent graduate of the University of Pittsburgh, where he was a Helen D. Faison Scholar. He majored in history and Spanish and minored in Portuguese. This coming August, Justin will begin his PhD in history at Vanderbilt University, where he intends to research the Black Atlantic and the aftermath of the Haitian Revolution. Justin Jones has participated in the Leadership Alliance Virtual Summer Research Early Identification Program at Vanderbilt University, and that gave him the opportunity to research the Black auxiliary troops of King Carlos IV, which is the subject of his presentation this afternoon. He completed the Digital Atlas Design internship with Pitt's History Department, and he had the opportunity to present at the GIS Expo at the University of Pittsburgh in 2020, and the Phi Alpha Theta Regional Conference in 2021. Finally, Justin has worked with Functional Literacy Ministry of Haiti. That's a charitable organization based in Pittsburgh. He's also a reporter for the Pitwire publication of the University of Pittsburgh. So I believe Bianca Dang is ready and about to start a presentation. Bianca?
Oh, thank you so much, Professor Fadul, for having us here, and for the rest of the organizers of the Relighting the Crossroads conference, and my fellow panelists, and for you all for being here. It's really exciting to have a conference focused on this subject, and so I'm really excited to be here. I am in the midst of traveling for my graduation, so I'm kind of a little bit, I'm in not my home, so I appreciate your patience and sticking with me. And so with that, I'm just going to go ahead and start with my paper. It's called, "We have tried to add our small weight to the scales of justice and righteousness, Haitians and African American immigrants, abolitionist activity in mid-19th century Haiti." And so, and I don't have a PowerPoint, but I can show some of the documents if you'd like to see them, but there wasn't really enough to kind of create a whole PowerPoint. So please just let me know during the Q&A if that's something you'd like to see. And so I'll just get started. On May 31st, 1837, Romano Romain stepped to the podium in order to raise a motion at La Société d'Abolition Haïti, SAH, which I'll start using, or the societies after this, at their afternoon session of its first annual meeting. The concerns that Romain brought to the society that afternoon were focused on a recent Baltimore newspaper, the American and Commercial Daily, and its coverage of a kidnapping of a Black man by a white American ship captain that had recently occurred in Haiti. The Baltimore paper declared, quote, "We are led to suspect that the slave in question had run away from the ship and was pursued into the country by a part of the ship's company, by whom he was captured and immediately brought back," end quote. The society's minutes then described Romain as arguing that the Baltimore paper did, quote, "its utmost without the slightest reticence to justify the conduct of the naval officers of the American vessel of war, the St. Louis, who had violated the laws of nations by kidnapping through violence in the night a slave who had fled their ship and who had transcended into the free territory of Haiti." In response to this flimsy and dismissive position, Romain worked to convince the SAH members that the organization was obliged to submit a written response to the Baltimore newspaper. And central to his argument was the fact that this had occurred in the free territory of Haiti, And so these are all documents in French, and so they're my transcription. So, le territoire libre d'Haïti. So after Romain's motion was formally put forward, the SAH voted in affirmation. It's important to note, though, that other archival evidence from this situation suggests that, in fact, the man who was kidnapped, described only by the name of Nugent in different documents. So this man was potentially not enslaved at the time of his kidnapping, which creates a variety of different scenarios and circumstances legally. I'd be happy to talk more about those in the Q&A, but because of time restrictions, I'm gonna move on to the SAH more in this presentation. So the SAH was founded in May of 1836 in Port-au-Prince. Its formation was noted in both La Feuille du Commerce and in the US press. In the preamble to its first constitution, the SAH praised abolitionist societies throughout the globe that had done so much for the cause of emancipation. Responding to these abolitionists' work, the SAH concluded that, quote, "It is up to us, especially as a free and independent people, to courageously embrace the cause of justice and liberty, to help these liberal men who have put their lives, their fortunes, their most sacred honor at risk in raising a generous voice for their miserable brothers," end quote. The president of the SAH, Evan Williams, was a Haitian citizen, but he was not born in Haiti. Williams was an African-American immigrant to Haiti, and he was almost certainly a participant in the 1824 Haitian state-sponsored African-American immigration movement to Haiti. Little is known through the documentation about Williams' pre- or post-immigration life, but records indicate that he worked in Haiti for a time as an educator. In his presidential speech to the annual meeting, Williams declared, quote, "We have tried to add our small weight to the scales of justice and righteousness," end quote, by collaborating with abolitionist organizations throughout the United States and Europe. In its public materials, the SAH repeatedly referenced abolishing slavery in the United States to be one of its major aims, but it was also committed to pursuing global abolition. But I argue that it is perhaps the background of many of its membership that made this US focus particularly salient. So the SAH presented its goals to be supporting abolitionist activity abroad and stimulating abolitionist sentiment in Haiti in the 1830s. In an appeal to the Haitian public on Christmas Day in 1836, the SAH began, quote, it's a newspaper article, quote, "Slavery exists. It exists in all its terrible forms in the United States of America, a republic so lauded," quote, against the fight, centering the fight against US slavery in the SAH's mission. Most fundamentally, the SAH saw itself as an organization, quote, "for the universal abolition of slavery, which wanted emancipation without exception of all those who are in chains," end quote. And so the SAH took a multifaceted approach to inspire widespread Haitian support for the abolitionist cause. They invoked the past, the present, and the future of slavery throughout the hemisphere. The SAH presented support for abolitionist activity as an obligation of Haitians, asserting, quote, "Be your bravery and your incredible efforts, you have succeeded in assuring your genuine existence and the true enjoyment of your inalienable rights. But remember that there are nearly 3 million of your race in slavery in America, subject to all the horrors the imagination is able to conceive and even beyond Haitians. Slavery exists. At this guarantee alone, all of your proud souls' great energies must be stimulated. It is the time, yes, it is the time to destroy, to forever annihilate this hydra which has caused so much desolation in the world," end quote. The SAH's focus remained on its main audience, Haitians, which shaped its rhetorical strategies. The SAH appealed to Haitians' investment in their hard-won freedom, asking them to remember their freedom resulted from an extended battle against slavery. Yet the SAH's contention that enslaved people in the United States experienced atrocities that were too horrible to imagine illuminates the limits of the SAH's invocation of the past. Such a statement discounted the fact that many people living in Haiti in 1836 had been enslaved. slavery had only been abolished in what was now known as Haiti for 42 years. As Article 6 of the SAH's Constitution made clear, one of the first aims of the organization was to establish foreign contacts as soon as possible, especially in the United States. Two ways that the SAH established such contacts was through opening correspondence with anti-slavery groups and by donating goods to abolitionist organizations, such as its donation of 4 pounds of coffee to the American Anti-Slavery Society in 1838. News of the SAH's formation was published in papers outside of Haiti as early as the fall of 1836, when the Emancipator, the American Anti-Slavery Society's paper, followed with a reprint of SAH's preamble and constitution, and they added the warning, quote, "The day is coming. American slaveholders will have to give up their victims or stand against the world, for its ban will soon be on them, and go where they will. They will be looked upon as equally guilty and equally detestable with the kidnapper on a foreign coast," end quote. As this statement indicated, US abolitionists welcomed foreign support for its domestic anti-slavery efforts. Haitian anti-slavery activity provided particularly salient ideological support for the abolitionist causes because of the nation's fundamentally different positions regarding the treatment of Black people than the United States, as illustrated by an article reprinted from the Glasgow Chronicle in the Emancipator. So in the article entitled "The Black Republic of Haiti, the White Republic of America," the Glasgow Chronicle posited, quote, "But how will Americans bear the interference of Haitians? What a cutting reproach to them that these Black Republicans, with whom they trade freely, but whom they inwardly yet unjustly despise because they are Black, should come among them with their money or sugar instead of money to assist in the abolition of Republican slavery," quote. The paper simultaneously critiqued the US's hypocrisy, including its continued trading relations with Haiti without recognizing the nation's independence, while also asserting the uniqueness of the SAH. As the Glasgow Chronicle's article showed, Haiti's support for Black people, both locally and abroad, proved to be a crucial counterpoint to white supremacist policies and actions in the United States. An abolitionist society founded by Haitians and centered in Haiti emerged from a political foundation that other abolitionist societies did not, that of a self-declared Black republic, which, as demonstrated by Haiti's position as a free soil territory, constitutionally defended Black freedom. The SAH also established early connections with what became one of the most prominent African American newspapers of the period, which had been founded a year later in 1837, the Colored American. In March of the same year, 1837, the paper reprinted a letter that the SAH had sent to an unnamed recipient the preceding November. The letter had asked questions, and so this was an answer to these questions by the SAH concerning the organization and Haiti. The paper's reception of the SAH is especially crucial for understanding how the SAH's specific standing within the hemisphere as an abolitionist organization founded in a free Black nation held specific ideological meaning for African American abolitionists. The paper began its introduction to the letter with the statement, quote, "It may be seen that there are feelings of as true patriotism and philanthropy burning in the bosoms of the citizens of Haiti as any other people can boast of. They have a respectable society organized for the express purpose of promoting the cause of humanity throughout the world, and especially for the amelioration of the condition of their oppressed brethren in this country," end quote. The paper's invocation of Haitians' patriotism seemed to refer to not only their investment in their own country, but also their investment in the fate of other Black people throughout the world. It continued, quote, "The noble-minded Haitians, having met all the conditions of and achieved their own independence, stand forth on solid basis in all the glory of an independent nation. They now have leisure and are ready to manifest their sympathy for oppressed humanity in other countries," end quote. The paper's editors held in high esteem Haiti's achievement of independence and viewed the nation's position as an independent nation, with the implication that it was also an emancipated nation as well, as especially beneficial to the abolitionist cause in the United States. Although much of the SAH's activities were oriented outward, the organization also believed that such activities would be crucial to improving Haitians' lives as well. Abolitionists in Haiti were not only disturbed by slavery's impact on enslaved individuals and on Haitian sovereignty, but they were also deeply troubled by how the perpetuation of slavery hemispherically impacted ideas about Haiti and reduced opportunities for Haitians around the world. The concern was made especially clear by Williams' 1837 presidential address, as well as the Executive Committee's report at the SAH's first annual meeting. In those documents, the SAH argued that the marginalization and racism that Haitians faced would end as a result of universal abolition. Williams asserted, quote, "Yes, Haitians, it is very important to us that there is no longer slavery nor enslaved people on earth, the domain of the numerous races of men, because with the end of slavery, the prejudices which will disappear principally where slavery reigns," end quote. Similarly, the Executive Committee's report was confident that, quote, "the abominable prejudices based on skin color will fall with slavery," end quote. Both Williams and the Executive Committee outlined the specific racist challenges and violences that Haitians faced, which they believed were a result of the continued existence of slavery throughout the globe. The SAH felt that pro-slavery forces' perceptions of Haiti had a great deal of influence on the treatment of Haitians outside of Haiti, and thus the abolition of slavery would deprive pro-slavery advocates of this power. As an example of this, Williams detailed the vast difference between pro-slavery proponents' attitudes towards Haitians while in Haiti and their representations of Haitians once they returned home, quote, "where slavery reigns," end quote. Williams outlined how such people put on airs of civility when coming to Haiti for financial reasons, noting, quote, "See with what subdued and serene faces these proud enemies of the rights of men approach us with in Haiti, where their interests call them. We overwhelm them with politeness and respect," end quote. Williams described how this humble attitude changed once they had returned to their pro-slavery homes, concluding, quote, "Alas, barely having returned to their homes, they returned to their natural state, mocking our good behavior towards them, even ridiculing it, and their contempt for us grows because of the great kindness that they have received from us," end quote. Williams' statement highlighted the effects of the racist narratives about Haitians that permeated pro-slavery areas throughout the hemisphere. For Williams and other members of the SAH, their abolitionist activity was not only geared toward combating the rhetorical and ideological challenges that Haitians faced, but it was also intended to address the economic and social marginalizations that Haitians experienced. The Executive Committee put forth a striking claim about the benefits of universal abolition, arguing, quote, "Among civilized peoples, there is no one who has more interest, more reason to see slavery abolished forever than the Haitian people. No one will experience the favorable effects of universal abolition more than the Haitian people," end quote. The committee proposed tangible economic and social benefits that Haitians would experience following universal abolition, stating, quote, "Then Haitians would be able to profitably travel without being blacklisted, without being mistreated nor humiliated because God has given them a different skin color from that of the people who live where they find themselves. Now they will find themselves forced to stay in nor will they find themselves forced to stay in isolation, as if they are people separate from the rest of men," end quote. And so with that, happy to take any questions you have, and thank you all so much for your time.
Well, thank you, Bianca, for this wonderful presentation. And we will move on to the next panelist, who is Riley, and we will take questions for all panelists afterward. So, Riley, are you ready?
I am. Thank you. Got a few things to share, so hopefully those will be visible. Yes?
Yes, visible.
Great. All right. And apparently you can see my side bit too. Well, this is how it's going to look. There I am. Okay. So I added a subtitle to my talk. It's Nat Turner's Memory, Southampton, Haiti, and the Question of Spirit. And before getting started, I just wanted to say this has been a really extraordinary experience to be able to listen in and learn for the last day and a half, and I'm really thankful to take part in this conversation. And thank you to my fellow panelists and the organizers and everyone who made this happen. And I'm right about at time for how I timed this last time. So, with no further ado, yeah, Nat Turner's Memory. So, Nat Turner was born in the autumn. He died in the same season 31 years later, closer to the turning of the year. The intervening days were numbered according to the Gregorian calendar, which displaced the one proposed by Julius Caesar in 46 BC and adopted the following year. And it looks like this. There it is. It is a familiar grid and a living relic of colonial European power enacted upon the present. Time discipline under modernity will conjoin this calendar to the seconds and hours of the clock, with each modular unit defined by its separability. In 1800, the year Turner is born into, what tethers the statesman to the merchant, the textile factory to the housemaid scrubbing fine linens, and the enslaved to the slaver, is not only a system of production and distribution, but a relationship to schedules, cycles, and synchronization. An anniversary, etymologically, is a literal turn in the year, a twist within the fabric of the here and now, while the root of revolution is revolvere, an action of turning, revolving, and rolling back. An anniversary might create a framework for living in and through multiple times simultaneously, which is another way we might describe revolution. When anniversaries depart from being commemorations seeking to attach a singular meaning to a given date, the calendar gains pliability and indeterminacy. It may become a tool for signaling to a past which is not dead, that the present is not dead either. The enslaved population that instigated the Southampton Rebellion in the Virginia county of the same name on August 21st of 1831 didn't choose the temporal regime they lived under any more than they took part in Roman conquests. Instead, they made the calendar into a tactical and expressive instrument that would play one part in saying, for 4 days running, what freedom meant to them. Spirit both promises and threatens everything by reminding us that the material world is contingent, conditional, and therefore nearly nothing. Spirit, we might say, is not death's opposite, but its interlocutor. Still, these issues of metaphysics cannot be detached from the question of who is doing the asking in this scene and who is expected to answer. The passage here quoted was written by Thomas Gray, a washed-out lawyer and small-time slaveholding planter. The speaker at the plow is Nat Turner. It is the outset of November 1831, and Turner is sitting in a cell, awaiting execution. It is Gray's voice that introduces us to Turner, and Gray's writing that records the time and place. The limitations of any encounter with Turner, as mediated by Gray's writing, are impossible to ignore, and they have not been. But this does not mean there is nothing to hear in this uneven triangulation of voices and competing interests. Asking into who Turner was and what he wanted means not only refusing to romanticize or pathologize his visions, it also means seeking to understand how he came to experience himself as a legitimate channel that refracted the past and present into a maelstrom, where opportunities for contesting and overturning a given order were tangibly alive. To sustain the questions of time and spirit as a radically open contortion of what is and what might be we will need to read past the page. This means not only sounding out the silences and unrecorded conversations that made and preserved Turner himself, we must also try to hear what Turner does not say and what Gray never asks about, which is the name, place, and revolutionary precedent of Haiti. Simply put, Turner and his collaborators chose the 40th anniversary of the most successful slave revolt in the history of the world to enact their own. This fact has not escaped the notice of historians. In a footnote included in his book, Confronting Black Jacobins, Gerald Horne begins by citing William Sidney Drury's claim that, quote, recollections of the revolution were still vivid in 1831, with particular reference to, quote, an enslaved African named Philip from the island, who may have had communications with ringleaders of the Southampton Revolt. He also cites James Odell Jackson's The Origins of Pan-Africanism, which suggests that Turner's, quote, rebellion may have influenced the Haitian Revolution, as many Haitian refugees and their Black slaves settled in the Southampton area, end of quote. The present essay ventures an affirmation of these suspicions by attempting to gauge this potential influence within the content of Turner's confession itself. While differences of scale and outcome between the Haitian Revolution and the Southampton Rebellion should not be ignored, they are not my focus here. Instead, this will be a provisional and speculative reading for the fingerprints mentioned by Dr. Horne during yesterday's keynote in this relay between 1791 and 1831. Despite his popular image as a mystic and a recluse, Turner was someone whose identity was made in conversation with community. His elders are the first to orient him to who he is and might become. According to the opening anecdote presented in Gray's retelling, runs as follows. Quote, being at play with other children, when 3 or 4 years old, I was telling them something which my mother, overhearing, said it had happened before I was born. I stuck to my story, however, and related some things which went, in her opinion, to confirm it. Others being called on were greatly astonished, knowing that these things had happened, and caused them to say, in my hearing, I surely would be a prophet, as the Lord had shown me things that had happened before my birth. End of quote. In addition to telling us something about Turner and his childhood audience, this moment tells us something about Gray's incuriosity. How could he have heard such an extraordinary claim and not wondered what the child had been talking about? Did he ask and receive an evasion? Or perhaps other details were offered up that Gray simply didn't want to hear or knew he could not use, not for a pamphlet that was designed to sell by capitalizing on the sheer notoriety of its subject, rather than his multiple historical antecedents. Still, we might ask, if a child's all but impossible memories sounded like prophecy to those generations standing around him, why would that be? Even if we do not know how many were members of the Haitian diaspora, or how many had only encountered Haiti as a story of what was possible, this would have been a community listening very hard for some urgent news about getting free. The living archive of knowledge and authority held by these, quote, others being called on, is not a marginal feature in Turner's narrative. As we learn over the course of his confession, his insights and actions were not founded on singular revelations. The injunction he received to the plow arrived not once, but twice, separated by 2 years of prayer. But even as he was propelled to action by gleaning what presented itself to his hearing and sight, he makes it demonstrably clear that he was never so convinced of his own infallibility that he could not continue to learn from other enslaved individuals. We see this most vividly after Turner runs away from the plantation, then voluntarily returns, having heard a voice citing Luke 12:47 to him, quote, for he who knoweth his master's will and doeth it not shall be beaten with many stripes, and thus have I chastened you, end of quote. Turner explains his reasoning to his peers, but, quote, the Negroes found fault and murmured against me, saying that if they had my sense, they would not serve any master in the world. End of quote. What follows immediately upon this moment constitutes a turning point in the crystallization of community and authority that Turner's narrative has been outlining. Because here it is not his master whose praise for his intelligence he cites early on, or those among whom he's, quote, been taught to pray, both white and black, but the quote unquote Negroes, who simultaneously respect his mind and reprimand his judgment. In a moment of horizontal pedagogy, they call out Turner's interpretation of scripture, and by extension, the version of Christianity that has been weaponized to perpetuate their shared servitude. Crucially, when describing his subsequent vision, Turner affixes a date to the experience for the first time. This is relevant for our understanding of the timeline of events, though he is also signaling something about time more generally. Oh, I may have gone ahead here. No, sorry. He is also signaling something about time more generally, not only about its measurement, but its variable shape and capacity to be punctured. While he never mentions the year of his initial revelation of the plow, this later reference to the calendar underlines his relationship to prophetic time as recursive, rather than a singular event or transmission. After being subjected to the criticism of those he toiled alongside, Turner pays an increased attentiveness to the act of listening, which requires a withdrawal from the social sphere, quote, for the avowed purpose of serving the spirit more fully. And it appeared to me and reminded me of the things it had already shown me, and that it would then reveal to me the knowledge of elements, the revolution of the planets, the operation of tides, and changes of the seasons. After this revelation in the year of 1825, and the knowledge of the elements being made known to me, I sought more than ever to obtain true holiness before the great day of judgment should appear. And then I began to receive the true knowledge of faith. End of quote. 1825 marks one mode of capturing and displaying time's measure by the serial logic of grids. But in this particular passage, it is less of a lattice and more like a compressed point surrounded by turning tides and astral cycles whose scale and duration make 1825 seem like a small, cinched manacle. Calendrical time gets even more granular and disjunctive when Turner hears the Spirit declare on the 12th of May, 1828, that, quote, the serpent was loosened and Christ had laid down the yoke he had borne for the sins of men, and that I should take it, end of quote. He will name two more dates before his narrative concludes, but the visions Turner attaches to this initial narrowing pair of references, first to a year, then to a single day, heighten his narrative's emphasis on the antagonism between sacred and secular temporalities. Turner informs Gray that he required a further sign from the heavens to break his silence around the plans he had started to make. And he received it twice. First in the form of a solar eclipse in February, after which he commenced preparations to, quote, slay my enemies with their own weapons, end of quote. Working with a small group of co-conspirators, Turner first intended to commence an uprising on the 4th of July last. Many were the plans formed and rejected by us, and it affected my mind to such a degree that I fell sick, end of quote. The audacity of plotting a revolt on the same day that the nation holding them captive would be celebrating its own victorious war of independence is so obvious that Gray does not point it out. Turner's apparent choice to say nothing further about either this coincidence of dates or the sickness that overcame him might make us wonder how he interpreted this physical reaction as a spiritual sign. Maybe he decided that the date itself was poisoned. Probably it is. There is still the more basic and fundamentally unanswerable question, however, of whether the choice of a date was only a practical necessity for coordination rather than a gesture seeking broader temporal significance. But their initial designation of July the 4th speaks to the role of self-conscious appropriation and reversal as a means through which revolutionary ends might be realized. In August, after recovering from his sickness, Turner watched a second astral event, more unsettling and inexplicable, in which the sun rose bright but green in the morning, turned white, and then pale yellow, then silver in a haze, then blue before it disappeared. Another day was chosen, and the word was passed along. Still, if Turner and his cohort sought to make a further statement with their choice, why didn't he just say so? As I indicated earlier, it's not implausible that he did, and Gray simply dropped the reference for his own strategic reasons. Even as it stood, this pamphlet received vociferous criticism for giving any sort of platform to a figure as dangerous to white supremacy as Turner. And while the fact remains that there is no surviving inscription linking the two events, it is also true that every page of Turner's writings, when discovered in the possession of his wife, were destroyed. We are reading and imagining a legacy in the wake of that attempted erasure. Hearing the absence of Haiti within Turner's confession as a carving rather than an omission is not just a matter of trying to compensate for its potential suppression. It also encourages us to remember how these events were connected in advance of a shift in what Dillon and Drexler term the geographic imaginary of the United States, away from an Atlantic economy in which the Caribbean was central and toward a continental rather than Atlantic scale in the early 19th century. The Caribbean disappeared from this map of the United States, and areas west of the Mississippi, in turn, assumed increasingly distinct and prominent contours, end of quote. Insisting on thinking Southampton and Haiti together in a continuum of hemispheric revolts is one way of pushing back against the disavowals and simplifications of that spatial reorientation. An abiding risk for any planned revolt is misplaced speech, whether overheard and reported or offered up in betrayal of a plan. Choosing not to speak of something you have left behind, a trace of evidence, a tribute, another point in a constellation of struggle, is a way of keeping faith. It leaves a space of waiting inside your confession, believing that others have ears to hear, eyes to see, and the will to pick up and carry on with work already begun. Perhaps that is why the name of Haiti is missing from Turner's confession, and why it must be remembered here and now, and tomorrow and tomorrow. Thank you so much for your attention.
Well, thank you so much, Riley. That was very, very well presented and moving. So we shall move on to the next panelist, Jaira. I think you have Jaira.
Yes, he's not here, but we're showing his recording.
All right, thank you. This is going to be Justin's presentation.
Is his presentation ready?
I don't know. Who's uploading it?
Yeah, Kirill or Pierre?
Kirill, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Is it ready?
Yeah, it is. You can see it yet?
No.
Okay, just
All I see is a blank screen.
okay.
Oh, not a blank screen, the black screen. Oh, here we go. We can see some images, but we are not hearing anything.
Just give it a second.
technology to represent a migrational history of the Haitian Revolution in the digital medium. GIS, or Geographic Information Systems, is the technology that underpins GPS and other geographically based technological representations. And I wanted to use it to demonstrate the history I was able to find archivally in a new way. And because I did this research virtually during COVID, I was using the digital.
Kirill, can we restart it?
And economic prosperity was based on centuries of the most brutal, violent, and concentrated slave regime in the Americas, and centuries of this racial and economic tension boiled over in the summer of 1791, when a slave uprising launched by a voodoo priest named Duddy Boukman eventually grew into what is now known as the Haitian Revolution. And this revolution was initially led by Jean-Francois and Georges Biassou, who organized the uprising slaves against their former masters, and Toussaint Louverture, who would later become the most famous protagonist of the Haitian Revolution, originally started in the service of Georges Biassou. Biassou and Jean-Francois formed an alliance in 1793 with the Spanish government in Santo Domingo, in which the royal government of Spain promised to guarantee their freedom and provide them with money and arms in exchange for these men and their troops helping Spain to reconquer the island of Hispaniola from the French. And in doing so, they became the Black Auxiliary Troops of King Carlos IV of Spain and were an officially royally recognized regiment of the Spanish military, complete with ranks and salaries from Spain. However, this war took a turn when Toussaint Louverture switched sides, switching his allegiance from the Spanish government to the government of the French Republic, which allowed the French to claim victory in the island. And in the Treaty of Basel of 1795, they were able to expel Spain and all of its military assets, including the Black Auxiliary Troops, from the island of Hispaniola. This evacuation represented certain difficulties for Spain, which was still obligated. Spain was still obligated to provide for these troops because of the covenant that the Spanish crown and the Black Auxiliary Troops had entered with each other. But because, given the racial regime of the early 19th century in the Americas, a group of well-armed revolutionary Black men entering other slave societies was something that no colonial government desired for themselves because of the influence that it could have on the slave and free Black populations. And so in the negotiations for the Treaty of Basel, there are specific references to Jean-Francois by the French saying how much they wanted him off the island because of the influence that he could have in the resettlement and the restructuring of the society there. And within the Spanish government and the Spanish Empire, different colonies did not want the Black Auxiliary Troops entering because they were trying to construct their own slave regimes, their own plantation economies, and they feared the influence of Black men who had been trained militarily and were in the service in Spain, and they feared the influence that this could have on the slave economies. And so for this reason, it was difficult for the Spanish government to find places to settle them. That's what this project was about, was finding the places where the Spanish were able to settle the Bacasaulian troops and what happened to them in these places. And so in the immediate aftermath of the Treaty of Basel, the government in Santo Domingo sent the Bacasaulian troops to Havana, Cuba, where the governor there rejected their entry, did not allow them to step off the ships into Havana because he feared the influence that the Bacasaulian troops would have in Cuban slave society. So he ordered the group split up and sent to different places. And this is a screenshot from the map I was able to create, and that shows some of the different routes that the Bacasaulian troops took. And I put the names of the most prominent, highest ranking military officials in each group and kind of their destinations to where they went. And I'll go through some examples in more detail of these resettlements. Jean-Francois was the highest ranking in the Spanish eyes of the Bacasaulian troops, General Jean-Francois, called Juan Francisco in Spanish archival records. And he and a few hundred of his men were sent from Havana to Cadiz in southern Spain against the wishes of the Spanish crown. And upon arriving there, he almost immediately came into conflict with the Spanish government because the Catholic authorities in Cadiz did not view him or his men as true Catholics because of the way they maintained certain African cultural traditions and the way they interacted with their women. And because of this, they denied him certain privileges in Cadiz. And he also came into conflict because the Spanish crown in Spain did not recognize the military ranks that he had earned in the Americas, and they refused to pay him the same amount or afford him the same dignity that he had earned in the Caribbean. And because of this, both Jean-Francois and the Spaniards wanted to send him back to the Americas to reunite with some of his troops. And there was plans throughout the time he arrived in Cadiz from 8 years later to his death to send him to Guatemala to rejoin his companion, Jean-Jacques or Juan Santiago. But he unfortunately died in Cadiz before he was able to complete these plans of reunion across the Atlantic. Similarly, Georges Biassou was the second highest ranking of the Bacasaulian troops in the Spanish eyes. He was offered a choice by Governor Las Casas of Cuba to either settle in the desolate Isle of Pines off the Cuban coast or to move to St. Augustine in Spanish Florida. And he chose the latter. And upon arriving in Florida, he became the highest ranking Black person in the history of the colony up to that point. And he also came into conflict with the Spanish authorities there because he held a rank almost as high as the governor of Spanish Florida and a salary almost as high as well. And the governor felt offended that a Black man earned and held the same title as him. And likewise, Biassou felt that he was not afforded the proper dignity and salary he deserved as a war hero of the Spanish crown. He felt that he was not given the proper respect that he deserved. However, Biassou quickly fell into debt in Florida because he had to maintain his entourage on a lesser salary than he was receiving in the Caribbean. But he also he and his men integrated and their families integrated into the free African American, Afro-British, and Afro-Spanish community that already existed in Spanish Florida at the time. Lastly, I wanted to highlight the story of Commandant Louis Buff, who was a commandant under General Jean-Francois during the Haitian Revolution in Hispaniola. And this letter is from the governor of Santo Domingo, Joaquin Garcia, commending Louis Buff for his services in the fight against the French in the island. During the forced evacuation after the Treaty of Basel, Louis Buff and 7 of his companions were involved in a shipwreck in the ship Santa Magdalena en route in their transport, and they ended up shipwrecked in Georgia, where they were charged with the murder of the white ship captain of the Santa Magdalena, and they were sent to St. Augustine to face trial by the Spaniards. In St. Augustine, they were sent again to Havana for further processing. In Havana, they were each split up into 7 different locations. Louis Buff was sent to present-day Colombia, where he was the only Black Brazilian troop to be sent there, but he was able to reunite with another one of the Baccazoli troops in South America, and together they ended up joining a larger contingent that had been sent to present-day Panama. And they were there. They were stationed in a fort in the jungle where they were tasked with fighting indigenous groups and establishing Spanish control of the region. This was done to keep them away from the coastal plantation regions where the Spanish government feared the influence they would have on the Black populations and the enslaved populations there, and then stationing them against indigenous groups. This allowed Spain to take advantage of the military abilities and capabilities of the Baccazoli troops while limiting the influence that they could have on Spain's racial regime in the Americas. And for me, the importance of this research is that a lot of the existing scholarship on the migrations out of Haiti and Saint Domingue during the Haitian Revolution favor the perspective of the white property class, because that's what the historical records tend to show the most. And doing this research, I was able to show a different diaspora, a free Black diaspora during the Haitian Revolution, and the ways that these people were able to navigate empire and racism and racial constraints during this period without just being known as slaves or victims. They were their own agents and actors of history. And I was able to, and this project allowed me to see that and demonstrate that in many ways, showing the way that they had their own agendas. The main agenda of the Baccazoli troops was always to stay together, and however they could. And despite being forced by different governments to move all over Europe and the Americas, they were able to find different ways to constantly reunite in face of all of this restriction. And also, I think it reveals important aspects of military and veterans history, because this is a very poignant example of ways in which the relationship between society and soldiers, and both on the battlefront, and when soldiers return back to society, the way they were treated by government and other people. I think all these factors continue to have relevance in the present day discourse of society and culture. I think this demonstrates an important historical precedent for that. And to conclude, I would like to thank Dr. Jane Landers and Dr. Dana Jenkins for their help in this research, which I originally conducted for a summer program called the Leadership Alliance Melva Initiative. They were my fabulous and amazing mentors in that process. And I'd like to thank Dr. Don Brunson, also at Vanderbilt, for his support and generosity during the summer, and for helping support me and encourage me during this time. And thank you all for listening to my talk. I hope you all have a good day.
Okay, now we are open for questions to the panelists. Does anyone have any question for Bianca or for Riley? Well, my first question, but well, then until we get some questions, I'll ask my own. Bianca, I think the events that you described take place while Boyer was president, no? And I was wondering whether there was, if you know, there was any input from the Haitian government to these events that you, what were the reactions, the inputs, the efforts by the Haitian government of the time?
From what I've been able to find, Boye knew about it and was not averse, right? But there didn't seem to be tight state sponsorship. It's not in any of the in the state-run publications. These announcements are actually in La Feuille du Commerce, which is by one of Boye's critics. So it seems like it was a factional issue in some parts between some elites in Port-au-Prince. I also spent some time in the dissertation really looking at kind of this focus on opening opportunities for Haitians, and especially things like schooling. I put it in the context of Boye's rule code, which is, the decade before, thinking about kind of coercive labor practices in Haiti, even if they're not implemented, the ideological frameworks for that, and how elites in Port-au-Prince who are part of this abolitionist society aren't kind of engaging with that aspect of Haitian society and kind of the tensions between class that are happening in this. And so I also talk a lot about gender. I didn't talk about it in this talk, but it's very masculinist rhetoric. It's very, from the word choice, but also thinking about broadly within abolitionist sentiment, there is really a focus on men. And then women are enslaved women are discussed when talking about kind of the impacts on men, most part, right? The splitting of families and how it impacts like one's manhood for men. And so things like that. And so I talk a lot about the tensions of this being a very elite, very, the only people who are listed are men in the roles of members. And so thinking about how this creates very specific dynamics about gender and about class in the late 1830s.
Let me see. Okay. Okay. And I also was wondering, Riley. But first of all, I'm an immigrant, so I never heard of these events that you discussed. And it seems that is there no records of the slaves that lived around that who knew there must have been slaves who knew and who survived the events that you described, right? And there is no record at all of what they heard from that or from that about that.
Yeah. So the aftermath, the part of how Gray was able to make a fair amount of money from the pamphlet that he published, the Confessions of Nat Turner, was Nat Turner as organizer, ringleader, and sole survivor of this rebellion. This was a very lethal uprising taking place like over. See, this is my narrative basically stops before the actual insurrection begins, but very bloody, and the participants were just killed. Nat Turner was able to hide out for, I should be able to remember this off the top of my head. You can tell I'm not a historian because I can't. But so Nat Turner was actually able to hide out for I think a few weeks in a swamp, and then was eventually caught. And that's why once the revolt was put down, there were no survivors. So in terms of any sort of like paper trail or any ability, I'm still sort of hoping to maybe find more about that, or kind of curious to see more, but I haven't been able to find much. I cited Gerald Horne's. That really was just it was most of a footnote, like a pretty robust footnote, and then there are a couple other historians I wrote down. Douglas Egerton, who cites Stanley Harold and John McGivian, but again, really just like a passing sort of sentence, noticing like this August 21st, is this overlapping date. So in terms of the actual sort of these like testimonials or any sort of more substantive evidence that would connect the two, doesn't look like it's going to be forthcoming.
Maybe I don't know, because maybe I wonder if even in Haiti they had heard of this event at all at the time, and if anyone here knows whether anyone in Haiti had heard back then of this event at all. see there might be a question there. Dr. Vanessa Holden has a new book on a related subject. Okay, I see. All right. So thank you. And does anyone else have any questions? But Bianca, I was wondering, was there any exchanges also with other, because there were other abolitionist movements at the time. I mean, the Great Britain was moving toward abolishing slavery, and France was going to do a second abolition of slavery. And was there any communications between those working in Haiti and?
From what I've been able, this is a great question, because that's why I gestured to the focus. There's a little more in the dissertation, but the society's focus specifically on the United States and a lot of its rhetoric, I felt was very much a reflection of its constituency, a lot of people had been born in the United States, because as you're noting, France was very soon to have its second abolition, right? Throughout the Caribbean, much more kind of geographically also close. Britain had just enacted in 37, 38, formally finished kind of the indenture process, right? Like kind of gotten finished that, realized that did not work, right? And so I would have expected more interactions, I think, than I saw. You do see some of the kind of the coffee gift, those sort of things, that is happening between Great Britain abolitionist societies and Haiti, but I haven't been able to find anything in French ones. The records are less, kind of have been less accessible to me as well. So I haven't found enough in the French archives to say definitively, but at least from the SAH's documents that I've been able to find, there is gesturing to kind of slavery in other places, but the focus seems to be very, very focused on slavery in the United States, and thinking about kind of limited focus on places like Brazil or Cuba too, which is very similarly has as kind of large of investment in maintaining slavery as does the United States. So that for me kind of speaks to the geographic kind of connections that people in the society are making with the United States. But I don't want to argue that they were only concerned with US slavery, because they do mention global abolition as their goal, but kind of the abolitionist society networks, they seem to be really focused on US based ones.
Okay. If no one else has any question or comments, I would like to. No? I would like to thank the panelists for this very enlightening and interesting presentations. And I'm looking forward to reading the final versions. So somebody has a comment or a question? Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you all. And looking forward to reading the final versions, Riley and Bianca. Okay, what's happening now? The host?
The next panel is at 4, so I guess we could stop recording. You guys are free to hang out, and we'll come back live at 4. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
So we can get up, go drink water, make a cup of tea, and come back for Joanie Polit's presentation.
Her conversation with Karen Bauer. So I'll just make sure that they're here.
And I know it's gonna be audiovisual also. So I'm looking forward to that conversation. I want to, I don't know if Paul is still in the room. Say a big thank you for moderating this last panel. I am thrilled that the second day is as dazzling as yesterday. The quality of the presentation, the new corners of Haitian history, African American history that is being illuminated with these presentations. I'm excited. I'm looking forward to the publication that will come out of this. And yes, the HSI needs to produce research.
Okay.
We are in the business of producing research. How are you, Dr. Alexandre?
I'm well. Thank you.
You look great in that color.
Thank you very much. It's a warm day today.
It is.
A beautiful day.
Yes, it's a long day. It's been good. I see a lot of people are still hanging out here, which is good, and on both sides. So it's been a really successful conference, considering
Yes, wonderful.
The obstacles, the quality of the presentations are really amazing. For lack of a better word.
We have
working, innovative new stuff. Groundbreaking research pieces. I'm thrilled. And then we close tomorrow with a tribute to Haitian anthropologist Michel Rolls-Trouillot, who crosses discipline. And we're looking forward to that.
Absolutely. Okay.
So we have 20 minutes of break. We'll be back.
Okay, great.
Okay, see you in 20 minutes.
Okay,
bye.
Jair, can you actually hear me? Wondering if I'm having problems with my audio.
Hi, Kiro, can we pause the music for a little bit? Dr. Hippolyte is here. I just want to check in. Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello. Thank you so much for being here.
Can you hear me? Okay.
So appreciate it. Yeah, now I can hear. Can you
keep?
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I can hear you
Good to see
very,
you, Dave.
very well.
Hi.
And oh, Karen is here. Karen Bauer. Is that the way you spell your last name? Bauer? Yay! We got Bauer and Hippolyte in the house. Thank you. Thank you so
Always
much.
good when people show up, huh?
I know. So I'm just gonna, straightforward introduce you to and read your bios, and you're gonna talk for about like 40 minutes or so.
Mhm.
Fine, and then come back. I might have a question or two. I'm gonna privilege the Q&A and chat if there are any questions. And are you sharing your screen? Are you showing anything? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So then at the time, if Pierre or Kirill, if you could give them screen sharing, and then at the time you just let them know. Okay, and in terms of like cues, I will at some point, I'll just say 5 minutes left or a few minutes left, so you'll just hear my voice. Okay, or would you rather I put it in the chat? What would be best for you?
You can speak it out loud. I
Okay.
find that sometimes we miss the chat.
Exactly. Okay, so I'll just say 3 minutes or what have you. And I believe you now have access to share. So I think we're good to go. Yeah, good to go.
Yeah, let me test the share if you don't mind.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, great. You can see that, right?
Yes.
Stop sharing.
Okay. So Karen, will you be sharing as well? Is it just one?
Just one person.
Okay. Joanne will be sharing her screen, and then that's that one presentation. Okay, cool. And then you two will talk about it. So all right, so we're good. Let me just make sure.
You guys have been having a good day. I've been watching the sessions off and on yesterday.
Yeah, it's been a lot of wonderful presentations, and we want to do it again. We want to keep doing it, maybe have it, Lily can speak more to it, maybe have it every year, every other year, because the subject matter, you're not going to ever run out of things to say about Haitians and African Americans.
And I see that it's live on YouTube, which means that we can go back and listen to anything.
Exactly.
Right?
Exactly. Actually, your thing is a little bit low.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm in the library because my internet failed at home. So I'm in the study room in the library.
Okay.
Let me see.
That know what that's like. It could be that the mic is not close to you because it's one of those
Yeah.
Now I hear it. Now I hear it. When you just did that.
When I said
No,
now.
when you no, when you were like this, when you put it right next to you.
When I said now, like that.
Yes. Yes.
That's not good. How am I gonna do that? I can probably take it off. I think we'll be fine.
Okay.
Hello, hello.
Okay, way better.
I'm here looking and listening to Dr. Hippolyte. So thankful for your presence along with Miss Bauer. Thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you for putting it on. I know how much work goes on behind the scenes. I did our first virtual. I was really hybrid. No, it was virtual symposium after the museum closed, and having to retool everything to make it online. It's a steep learning curve. Yeah.
You're still learning. You're still learning how to do it. I'm still surprised. Like, for example, I learned through this conference how panelists cannot speak with each other. If you're a panelist, you have limited access or something like that. Because I'm so used to hosting it. So it's like, oh, panelists can't put questions in the Q&A.
Which is unfortunate, right?
Exactly.
Zoom would fix that for,
yeah,
that doesn't make any sense.
So here we are.
You just have one more session left tomorrow, right?
In the morning. Yeah,
that's going to be a great one. What a great topic.
That was supposed to be in person too, but Brooklyn College had issues with giving people access who are not from CUNY. So it was like, you know what, let's just keep it virtual. It was supposed to be an in-person, well, both in-person, a hybrid, and then to end with the lunch, but
wow.
So
the things we do.
We continue to do.
I can't wait to see the treasures that you're going to share with us, and envisioning how maybe if you have duplicates, we can receive something.
Where would you like to receive it at?
Well, we are developing an archive.
You are?
Yes.
Really?
And we're looking for an archivist who is fluent in Haitian Creole and culture, so that those people can better, understand the materials that come their way. Yeah.
That is amazing. Will it be held at the library within
library?
Okay.
Library, yes.
That's incredible and very important work to do. There's so much to collect, right? Yeah.
And
last year we collected a Haitian flag. I'm not going to talk about that today, but it was a 19th century Haitian flag. So feel free to ask me about other stuff that we have, because we won't be able to cover everything.
Okay. And I've told Lily to just jump in too at the end, because I know she has a lot of questions, more specific questions. And I'll have like one or two general stuff, but yeah.
Yeah, we collected a 19th century flag last year so that we could put it in this temporary exhibition that we're holding called In Slavery's Wake. So what happens after the afterlives of slavery, right? But it was interesting because we spent a lot of time trying to talk to museums in Haiti to make sure that they didn't want it, because it was an auction, so people were bidding for it. And we didn't want to bid against another Haitian institution. So but they weren't even thinking about it. They hadn't thought about it and weren't planning on bidding on it. So,
and that's just, they have a pretty good archive from what I understand. Someone mentioned that it's I guess John Juan talked about it, and so does Adassa Setubert, very respectful of the archive that we have.
Yes.
But the sad thing also is that I know two major libraries were sold outside of Haiti, and there were libraries around Haiti. You know what I mean? One ended up in the Dominican Senate, of all places.
Wow.
I think it was either Professor Maniga's library and something else, where we need to acquire these things. They need to remain in our propriety, our own stuff. Everything I heard, a friend of mine who was an English Caribbean, he said, England has a huge cache of Haitian treasures, artifacts. And even our own, I'm not sure the country has a copy of its own Act of Independence.
Really?
I don't think we do.
Wow. That's crazy.
I know somebody unearthed one somewhere in England. I don't know where it sits now, but I don't think, I'm not sure. That's a question I'll ask Adasa or somebody else who was familiar with the archive in Haiti.
There's actually a conference going on or something. It's a convening at Oberlin right now on Haitian archives in general. So I know some professors who are out there talking today and tomorrow as well. I'd like to see the recordings from that in general.
I would like that, absolutely.
Yeah.
Oberlin College. I'll take a look.
Where Evelyn Alexander is there. And I think she's organized it.
Okay, great. Definitely, because I'm that's one of my projects I'll be working on at the Institute, the archives. And for some strange reason, Joanne, I could have sworn we had a meeting with you, but we didn't. It was just, wait a minute, we did, right?
Yeah, we talked on the phone like a year ago. I talked on the phone a year ago and we were talking about your project.
Long time ago.
Okay, maybe that's why.
You were thinking about doing an exhibition, remember? And I was like, oh,
absolutely.
Exhibitions are a lot of work. You need to plan a year in advance.
I remember very clearly. And we were supposed to meet last June. And then your plans changed. You did not come to New York. Yeah. Oh my God.
But I'm sure I'll be in New York again soon, and we'll have to do like.
Absolutely.
Right.
Someone just told me that we are live. I don't know, live where? Is it? I thought the recording stopped.
We're always live. I can see the live button at the top to the left. So folks, enjoy the background conversation. So yes, we are live. And we will get formally started at 4, or whatever time you say, Lily.
4 o'clock we said, and we give people a little time to gather, but we already have 13 people in the audience. So.
Hold on, my script just vanished. Hold on. Yeah, I know. For some reason, the script that I had totally vanished and it will not open. Like 30 seconds before.
Suggestion, take 3 minutes. Suggestion, go to, oh, you have a Mac, right?
Yeah, it just completely vanished.
There are ways of recuperating it. Either go to Word. Go to Word and try to open recent.
It won't even, okay.
You want me to resend you what I have from me or?
No, I'll just
go to Word and try to open recent.
Something weird is happening. It won't even let me open Word. It says Microsoft quit unexpectedly. You know what? I was just going to say hello and read the bios, and I could read the bios from the, what do you call it? From the program. And then Lily, you come in if I can't find, the questions that I had. Okay.
Yeah, but I'm sure you could, when they, as they talk, the conversation, go to Word and then try to do research. And even if you restart the computer, it should be able to say, would you want to save this?
Yeah, but I'm trying to listen to the conversation in case I have questions.
I understand that.
Okay.
I understand that.
Okay. Okay, let me just find, okay. You know what? Let's start. I hate this. Okay, I'm ready. Hello? Hi, is everyone here? Everyone can hear me? Okay, great. So thank you again, everyone, for returning today. This is our last panel for today. I'm going to pass the last 2 days. We've had an amazing amount of presentations, very serious work. And today, oh, by the way, my name is Jaira Placide. This is what happens when you don't have a script. My name is Jaira Placide, and I am a Ph.D. Student at the CUNY Graduate Center, and I'm also on the organizing committee of this conference. And I welcome you back. I'm honored to be here with our two esteemed guests, Dr. Joanne Hippolyte and Karen Bauer, who will discuss the Haitian collection at the National Museum. Get this here, the Haitian collection at the National Museum in DC. My role is going to be very quick Today, I'm going to briefly introduce them, and then they will be in conversation for about 40 minutes. And then I'll return to moderate the Q&A, ask a couple of questions, and then we'll end with Dr. Marie-Lise Serrat, the director of the Haitian Studies Institute, will return to bid us farewell for today. So let me just start with Dr. Joanne Hippolyte's bio. Okay. Joanne Hippolyte is a supervisory museum curator of the African diaspora at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. She holds a Ph.D. in literature, as well as an MA and BA in African American Studies. Her expertise and interests are in diasporic cultural expressions and Black immigrant American communities. Prior to joining the Smithsonian, she was the chief curator at History Miami Museum for 8 years. The exhibits she has curated include Cultural Expressions, Black Crossroads, the African Diaspora in Miami, Haitian Community Arts, and Black Freedom in Florida. She is the current board president of the Museums Association of the Caribbean. Karen Bauer is a PhD candidate at the University of Minnesota in the Department of Anthropology with a minor in Public History and Heritage Studies. During 2020 and 2021, she was a curatorial research intern at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Under the supervision of Joanne Hippolyte, Bauer identified collections across the Smithsonian Institution, the Smithsonian Institution units related to Haiti, and organized the data to develop a user-friendly database and comprehensive summaries for each collection. During this internship, she conducted research to write a collection of stories about Haitian and African American connections during the Harlem Renaissance. This is a perfect panel to be here witnessing, and we're so thrilled and honored that they are here. So the screen is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Give me a second. I'm going to pull up the screen for everyone, and then we'll get started. Great. If anyone can't see what I'm looking at, which is the title slide, the Haitian collection of the Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture, please let me know. I just want to start by offering, you know, how glad Karen and I are both to be here with you all today. I've been listening to the presentations over the past couple of days and really have been engaged with the topic as all of the different speakers have been speaking, have been addressing it. I'm glad that we are able to be here to present. I want to thank the Haitian Studies Institute for their invitation to present today and to allow both Karen and I to be here. As I said earlier, if you weren't on the Zoom call before, virtual symposiums are not easy to execute. I've been on the other end, planning end at all, so a big chapeau bas, a big, you know, for all of the work that's gone into creating this today. So today I'll be in conversation with Karen, who's a former intern of mine, as mentioned in the bio. She played a large role in a long-term project of mine to understand and assess collections by and about Haiti at the Smithsonian. Our joint presentation today is very much framed around museum intersections with the symposium topic of historical and cultural encounters between Haitian and African Americans. And in particular, how museums as entities that collect historical and cultural objects and present history and culture to a broad visiting public sort of intervene in this topic. When we were preparing, we decided that I would talk first, and I would talk about the items that are actually on display, the stories as well as the objects that are on display in the 13 inaugural exhibitions at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. And then Karen would take over to talk about the research and contributions she made to the larger project of looking at collections writ large at the museum, because not everything is on display, and at the Smithsonian in general. And of course, we'll leave time for the Q&A. I'll start first by providing everyone with an overview of the Smithsonian and the National Museum of African American History and Culture, because not everyone knows those details. A lot of people don't know that the Smithsonian is actually a federal entity, a federal agency, so that's why it's free. Some people also don't know that it's free to come to any Smithsonian museum, because your tax dollars are paying all of our salaries and taking care and helping to take care of the museums as well. The Smithsonian itself, the Smithsonian Institute, was established by an act of Congress in 1846. It is considered the world's largest museum, education, and research complex. Its purpose and mission is the increase and diffusion of knowledge. Consists of 21 museums and research centers, and we're located in Washington, D.C., New York, Maryland, Virginia, Florida, Panama. We do research all over the world. The Smithsonian consists of all of the institutions together combined have 151.7 million collections of objects, and those fall into the areas of art, history, culture, natural history, and science. In terms of the National Museum of African American History and Culture, we were established in 2003 by an act of Congress. So any new museum that becomes part of the Smithsonian also has to be established by Congress. We opened on September 24th, 2016. We're devoted exclusively to the documentation of African American life, history, and culture. We're located on the National Mall in Washington, D.C. To date, we've had over 7 million people who have visited the museum since opening. And within our collections, we're the youngest of all of the museums. We have 40,000 collections objects. We are one of the few museums of the Smithsonian to start without a collection, with 0 objects in 2003 when we were established. So we had to build a collection from scratch. Most museums start with a big donation of objects from a major collector which becomes the foundation collection. But we had to start from 0. One of the things to think about in terms of collections collections are primary resource materials for interpreting history and culture. One of the things I thought about after I joined the museum as the diaspora curator is I wanted to think about how Haiti intersected with this idea of presentation to the public and collections that are held as well within the public. I do that across the board for the museum, looking at all sorts of diasporic representation so that we can get better at making sure that we're telling stories that connect us to Black people around the globe. So the project that Karen came in to work on was really about asking the question, what has been captured about Haiti in the largest museum complex in the world? What collections by and about Haiti have found their way into our 21 museums and research centers? How did they get there? And what do they have to say about Haitian and American intersections? We're very much still in the fact-finding phase. We're still gathering information, haven't been able to drill down on every single object. Karen will talk more about that. But we definitely have been able to talk about what's available at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. This was even I had to explore what was available across the galleries and across the collections because I'm one of 20 curators. Curators did their own galleries, so I'm not responsible for everywhere that Haiti is represented in the museums. I want to make that clear right away. But I did try to take an assessment of it, and I'll be walking you through that. Before I do that, I just want to also tell people about the National Mall. A lot of people don't know that the National Mall is located in Washington, D.C., and that is where all of Smithsonian museums, a lot of the Smithsonian museums exist. The National Mall is this long green area on this map here. And it's the Washington Monument is on one end of it, the Capitol building is on the other end of it. And across the mall, you can go visit many of the Smithsonian museums, including the Air and Space Museum, the African Art Museum, I'm naming some of my favorites, the American History Museum, the Natural History Museum. Downtown, we have an American Art Museum and the National Portrait Gallery. And then, of course, here is the National Museum of African American History and Culture. So inside the National Museum of African American History and Culture, it's a big building. What you're seeing in the picture there on the left is 5 of our floors above ground, but we also have 3 floors above underground. There are 13 permanent exhibitions spread across 6 floors. The themes that we have for the exhibition are a grouping of history galleries, a grouping of community exhibitions, and a grouping of community and culture exhibitions as well. In addition to the permanent exhibitions, we also have 2 temporary exhibition galleries where we rotate different shows and different topics. So those temporary gallery means a show comes in and then it goes out, an exhibition comes in and goes out. We have classrooms, a cafe, a gift shop, a theater, and more. And pictured at the top of my screen there are the Taking the Stage gallery here and the Cultural Expressions Gallery, which is the gallery that I curated at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. I would like to mention that the museum acknowledges the international diversity of Black populations in the United States and the roles they have played in African American freedom struggles and movements. So wherever we have, when we talk about people like President Obama, General Colin Powell, Stokely Carmichael, Shirley Chisholm, Burt Walker, or Sidney Poitier, we really do to try to pay attention to their immigrant roots and pay attention to the way immigrant Americans have played a significant role in the arts, the culture, and the history of what we know, what is often described as African American history and culture. And we also know that Black people globally have shared many of the same experiences that African Americans have and are interested in highlighting that. So for the rest of this part of my presentation, I'm actually going to be giving you the kind of tour I would give if I had a group of Haitian students or a Haitian leader. Often I get asked to lead a tour of where is Haiti represented across the museum through the exhibitions on display. So I'm going to be walking you through some of those storylines and those objects and talking to you about how it's portrayed thematically. I won't be able to show everything because not everything is photographed in a very good way, but I'll be hitting some of the major highlights. What you see on the screen here right now is the Slavery and Freedom exhibition, which is located on our bottom floor in our history galleries. Our history galleries encompass over a mile of walking up 3 floors. It covers the over 500 years of African American history from early African societies all the way to the second election of Barack Obama. It's 1 entrance and 1 exit, so people follow a chronological chronology of African American history from that period of time until you walk out. There's also no restrooms down there, so I always tell people use the restroom before you go in because you're going to be in there for a long time. But as you can see at the entrance of the Slavery and Freedom exhibition, which is the first gallery that you enter in the history galleries, we're really talking about the making of the modern world as we know it today. We're talking about the exploration of the Atlantic world, not just by European colonizers, but also even African people and Hispanic people, explorers, missionaries, interpreters. We talk about enslaved people, and we talk about what they encountered as they explored, as they came into the Atlantic world. We then get into the colonization of the Atlantic world by Europeans, the emergence of new nations and economic power belts built on slavery. And I want to point out that this is the very beginning of the entrance. People are coming down from an elevator that's there to the left of my pointer there, and this is what they're seeing first. And when you first, where you first begin to see Haiti begin to mention is right here at the very beginning of the panels on the left, and also at the end of this panel here. And I'm going to be showing you closer pictures of that next. Thematically, Haiti appears in 3 ways throughout the Slavery and Freedom exhibition. And the first of these is it was represented through the story of Christopher Columbus. So we have this panel that's located here on the left that talks about Christopher Columbus and his expedition. We talk about the fact that he was part of a series of events that transformed Europe, Africa, and the Americas. We talk about the fact that he, in 1492, he landed in the Bahamas, then traveled to modern-day Cuba, and ultimately established a settlement in Hispaniola, which we say is modern-day Haiti and Dominican Republic. And then we acknowledge the fact that this was a moment of great genocide, that by 1542, the native populations of Hispaniola had died from disease and abuse, which is what helped prompt the importation of African slaves to replace their labor in the sugar fields. Going forward a little bit into all of the sections of slavery and freedom, we begin to discuss the Middle Passage. We talk about Caribbean slavery in general, and Haiti is sort of wrapped up in all of that. We talk about African arrivals into the Caribbean, mortality statistics of enslaved people as they're working in the Caribbean. We talk about the Caribbean as its dominant role as a sugar producer through numbers of objects there. I think most hauntingly, and that's why I chose the picture of what's here, is our slave ship wall. And this is a wall with engravings of it. It lists the names of all the slave ships, not all, a good number of the slave ships. It includes the name of the ships themselves, the colonial powers, Denmark, Portugal, Great Britain, France is down at the bottom there, who owned the ships and imported enslaved people on them. We talk about the number of enslaved people who embarked on the continent of Africa and were carried on those ships. And then we list the number who disembarked. And it's often a very stark story that we're telling, because the number of people who disembarked is very clearly not the number who embarked. And that begs the question, what happened upon board? And sometimes there are some stark differences between the two. So the wall that does have France on it has over 60 ships owned by France that appear there, and Haiti is a port of disembarkation on that wall. When we get into the Paradox of Liberty section, we really start to see Haiti represented very strongly. Right before this section is we also talk about the American Revolution and revolutions in general, the French Revolution, the American Revolution, the Haitian Revolution, helping to fuel the spirit of revolution throughout the Americas during this period of time. But we start to see very strong Haitian representation here, because pictured here is actually a statue of Toussaint Louverture. We've got a Haitian rada drum here, a letter from Toussaint Louverture that I'm going to speak about in just a second, and behind it some records all related to the Haitian Revolution. So the second way that Haitian thematically is sort of being represented, the first way is really about a site of settlement and the beginning of African importation into the New World. The second way that we're talking about Haiti is really about as a site of revolution and rebellion, and not just a site locally in Haiti itself, but it fueling the spirit, revolution and rebellion around the Atlantic world as well. So there's what you would see here is a panel describing the Haitian Revolution and how it shook the institution of slavery throughout the New World, and it left slave owners in the United States terrified of slave rebellions. The statue of Toussaint Louverture, under there's interpretation where we're talking about his birth, his emergence, and his role as one of the prominent leaders of the Haitian Revolution. The rada drum is there to speak to the Bois-Caïman religious ceremony in 1791, and drums as signals and communication devices used in Haiti during the revolution, and even afterwards. Digging a little deeper on the backside of the case, we have what are called the Cabildo records, which date from 1785 to 1802. These are records of the Louisiana governor's office. At that time, Louisiana belonged to the Spanish. So the person in office was Baron Francisco Luis Hector de Carondelet. And in these records, he's recording the effect of the French and the Haitian revolutions on Louisiana. He's talking about the fact that enslaved people are beginning to boldly claim their freedom. And he's concerned that the mistreatment of slaves in Louisiana might provoke additional rebellions in Louisiana itself because of what happened in the Haitian Revolution. He introduces a slave code that gives some protections to slaves in Louisiana because he feels like they need some rights, otherwise they will stand up and fight. He's prescribing extra quantities of food and clothing to them to pacify them. There's a letter down at the bottom that Toussaint Louverture has actually written to Charles Humbert Vincent in France. He's heard about the fact at this point that he's writing the letter, slavery had been abolished by France in the Haitian colony in around 1794, but he's starting to hear news of them talking about reinstating it, and he's writing letters basically telling the state of France at the time that this is unacceptable and that there will be strong repercussions if slavery is reinstated in Haiti. This is before Haiti becomes an independent nation state in 1803. And then to the right of that, after Haiti's independence, we're still starting to see the impact of the Haitian Revolution in the United States through the 1811 Charles Dillon Rebellion. Charles Dillon leads hundreds of armed enslaved African Americans along the banks of the Mississippi River on a march towards New Orleans. And among his comrades, we describe the fact that there were Haitian men and women who had lived through the successful Haitian Rebellion, and the fact that news traveled quickly across the Black diaspora, inspiring enslaved people across the Americas to take up arms and against crushing arts to march against freedom or death. And then next to that, not pictured here because I just didn't have a good picture of it, is another artifact related to the Louisiana Purchase and its impact. We talked about the fact that the United States doubled in size when it acquired Louisiana, and it acquired Louisiana because of the Haitian Revolution, when France was forced to sell it to concentrate its forces. We talk about the fact that that is what makes America be able to dominate the world market, and by being able to export cotton being that sale in particular, which was fueled, of course, by the Haitian Revolution. The next ways in which you see Haiti represented in the Slavery and Freedom exhibition is really about Haiti as a site of sanctuary for Africans and African Americans who are looking for safe spaces and a place that they can potentially find what could be true freedom for them. We know that this is an idealization because not everyone who emigrates to Haiti actually returns, but still the very idea that Haiti exists as this place that people can find sanctuary, that people can find freedom and economic capacity to build themselves is an important idea to even have in people's minds during that period of time. So we start by telling, in the first example here, there's a story of Muhammad Bakwakwa. He's born in 1845 in Benin. He lives as a slave in Brazil and then is taken by his slave master to New York in 1847. At this period in time, he's freed because African people in New York are freed by that period of time. There's this question of, well, now what does he do? He's this free Black man. There's not a lot of opportunity for him in New York. He's not a New Yorker. Where can he go to find a place to sort of make a life for himself? And he ends up going to Haiti. He lives in Haiti from 1848 to 1854. And what does he do there? We don't have a lot of information about that exactly, but we do have some good quotes of him talking about his landing there. He talks about the fact that, and that's what's there in the text there, that I worked occasionally for the captain on our passage to Haiti. And when I arrived at Haiti, I felt myself free, as indeed I was. No slavery exists there, yet all are people of color who dwell there. I did not know a word of their language, which was Creole, neither did I know where to go or what to do. And then he talks about his visit to the emperor's house. And the emperor that he's speaking about during this period of time is Emperor Faustin Soulouque, who's in power from 1847 to 1959. Soulouque had invited Blacks from Louisiana to emigrate to Haiti. He had sent Emile Dedoun, an Afro-Creole native, to New Orleans, acting as an agent on his behalf. He arranged for the free transportation to Haiti of at least 350 sort of desperate Black people who wanted to leave the country to find greater opportunity. And then on the right, we talk about Reverend Peter Williams, who famously said that you should emigrate to Haiti. You're going to a good country where a dark complexion will be no disadvantage and where you will enjoy true freedom. So again, this idea that Haiti becomes the site for sanctuary for Black people who are suffering oppression, whether they are free or enslaved. He is acting during the administration of President Jean-Pierre Boyer. Boyer wanted the United States to recognize Haiti. And remember, after the Haitian Revolution, Haiti did not have diplomatic recognition by any of the different countries. And this was a very difficult period. This is very difficult for them because it made them vulnerable to being taken over again. What he wanted, as all Haitians wanted, is to see Haiti recognized as a sovereign country of its own by France, by Britain, by other places as well. So he sends, one of the ways he's thinking about doing that is by offering Haiti as a place where African Americans can come to, basically where Americans can solve their Black problem, right? By sending people to Haiti. So he sends a Haitian recruiter. He finances an entire project to the tune of $300,000. He actually meets them on the decks when they arrive. There are over 6,000 African Americans who have arrived in Haiti as part of this mission. By that time, and he supplies them all with food and land and housing. Again, when we talk about the idealization of Haiti as a space of freedom and sanctuary for African Americans, the history tells us that a number of people also return because they're finding that it's difficult to assimilate culturally to what Haiti is like versus what they've learned and grown up with in the United States. But again, the importance of it as a space of ideation. So we're going to move out of the history galleries. Actually, there's one more space in the history galleries where Haiti shows up again, and that's in the Beyond 1968 exhibition, where we talk about Haitian immigration to the United States, particularly during the 1970s. We're sort of starting to see the inflow of different generations of Haitians coming into the United States. When we go upstairs to the fourth floor culture galleries, we see Haiti represented in two spaces. One is in this painting, Haitian Street Scene, which was on display in the Visual Arts and the American Experience exhibition up until last year. We recently redid that gallery, but it's still part of our collection. It's a work of art by Aaron Douglas, who's a major artist of the Harlem Renaissance. He illustrated covers for the Crisis magazine, which is the magazine for the National Association of the Colored People. He illustrated book covers for the Harlem Renaissance writers. He's one of those people, Karen is going to be talking about this a little bit later, who receives a fellowship that goes to Haiti and the Dominican Republic, and he develops a series of watercolors depicting the life of the Caribbean islands. And then the other major, in addition to all of those works, he also creates a mural when he gets back in the home of Dr. William Goins. It was a Haitian painted mural that was in their home for quite a big period of time. There, he's actually just capturing the life of Haiti as he sees it and encounters it. He's very interested, like all African Americans during this period of time, in the ways in which they're looking for, they're searching for their roots, they're searching for a sense of connection to Africa, which they believe Haiti has stronger retentions of than the African Americans do. They're looking for cultural forms that are considered Blacker than what they can find in what they're learning in schools in the United States, and Haiti becomes that place where they do those studies. And it's an area that impacts not just art, but also Black dance, religious traditions, what we consider sort of the modern Black expressive forms in African American culture are heavily informed by research and study in the Caribbean. And then to the left, in the Cultural Expressions exhibition, which is my exhibition, I got to tell the story of Félix Maurice-Leroy in the section of the exhibition that focuses on language as a form of cultural expression. And what I do in this gallery is talk about language and language studies within the African American community, but then in the ring, the little small, the wall cases here, the floor cases here in the ring, I'm also telling similar stories throughout the Black Atlantic world as well. So I brought in the story of language through Félix Maurice-Leroy. Félix Maurice-Leroy, there's a picture of him here. There's one of his poems transcribed here in French and in English and in Creole. And then we have 3 of his books on display as well. Maurice-Leroy was a teacher, a poet, and a playwright. He's credited as being the first significant writer to write poems and plays in Haitian Creole, the father of the Haitian Creole Renaissance movement, which was a movement to legitimize Creole as a language that was recognized in Haiti. He does that first through the publication of his play Antigone in 1953, which helped prove that Haitian Creole is a legitimate literary language and is credited for instilling Haitian writers with pride for their native language. And then Haiti in 1959, during this period of time, during the dictatorship of François de Villiers, his work is really being considered subversive. He leaves Haiti, ends up living on the African continent and teaching theater there for a long period of time, and then immigrates to the United States and spends the rest of his years in Miami, in Haiti, actually. But what we're talking about in this section is shared historical conditions, right? When you go to the language power of the word section in the cultural expressions exhibition, you're also learning about African American vernacular English, which also has been widely disrespected in the school system. Black slang is considered, it's considered slang rather than a language form that has order and systems associated with it, and inventiveness and creativity, completely delegitimized as a tool. And so we're telling stories that are in comparison with each other on purpose to be able to share the fact that what's happening in African American culture is also happening in countries all around the globe. The Smithsonian has a large international population, and we want to make sure when those people are going home to their own countries, they're also thinking about these ideas and topics in their world as well. So the next slide, and with the next slide, I'm going to pass it over to Karen, and she's going to talk about the project, the larger project of sort of looking at collections within the Smithsonian and within the collections holdings of the National Museum of African American History and Culture that are not on display. So Karen, I'll pass it over to you.
Great, thank you. Yeah, so like Joanne mentioned earlier, there are a lot of Smithsonian museums and a lot of collections within each museum as well. And so this project we soon realized was going to take more than a summer. So we extended the internship a few months. And so in the very end, it ended up being around, I would say, 8 months or so to really get into the collections and the museums that we have here. And like Joanne mentioned as well, the project really was to, we knew that there were a lot of museums that had Haitian related items or Haitian made items, but there wasn't a comprehensive or cohesive story being told about them. We didn't know why some museums had certain items and materials and what that told about the collection process. And so really my goal and the goal of my internship was to tell the story and to really get into the idea of what collecting is about and the story behind it. I'm realizing that I can't be seen right now. I don't know if there's a way to fix that or not. I don't mind being a floating voice either, it's okay. Okay, there we go. I think you can see me now. Yeah, so with this process, I was able to see with what I was doing, there were over 1,000 Haitian related materials within the Smithsonian. And I was able to get into the following museums that you see on the screen. National Museum of African American History and Culture at the time that I was doing this project had 103 items that related to Haiti. And Acacia Museum had 47 items that related to Haiti. The National Museum of American History had 220 items, and the National Museum of African Art only had 9 items. And the National Museum of Natural History had over 400 items. I wasn't able to document all of the items that were there. It was a very expansive collection of items that are from Haiti. And then the last one that I was able to document was the Center for Folk Life and Cultural Heritage, which had 289 items. And it's just important to note that this, when I did this was in 2020 and 2021. And so these numbers are changing. And this project really is one that should be updated and taken and looked at over, daily, I would say, or yearly, because it's always changing and there's always new items being entered into the collection, into the Smithsonian. And some things to note about this process. One thing is that each Smithsonian institution has a different way of cataloging their items. So they have a different way of documenting when items were accessioned into the museums, what items are called, and also they all have different ways of saying like different descriptors as well when it comes to each item as well, and also different ways to name the items too. So one thing that I was running up against was that having to, when I was looking for different items, having to type in not only Haiti spelled as we see it commonly, which is with the I, but also having to do it with a Y spelling as well, and just accounting for the different ways that Haiti has been spelled over time. And then also knowing that some museums don't have all of the information that I would have liked. So not even, some museums didn't have information about the year that items were brought into the collection or why they're brought into the collection, which makes it a little bit difficult to tell a story about the items that that are there. And another thing to note that throughout this process, I was really coming to understand that the intentionality behind collecting items that were related to Haiti vary greatly. Of course, with the African American History and Culture Museum, there are curators like Joanne who are focused on capturing the African diaspora. And because of that, are dedicated to bringing in and intentionally bringing in items that relate to Haiti and Haitian culture and history. And so the intentionality there is very clear. But then there's also museums such as the National Museum of American History, where there were a lot of items within their collection that are Haitian made, but have nothing really to do with Haiti. So for an example, there were a lot of baseballs that were made in Haiti. So that's how they got categorized in Haiti. But they were collected, I'm assuming, because they were baseballs, and it tells sort of a larger story about baseball being a very American pastime. And so that kind of shows the disconnect between like intentionality. But then you also have institutions like the Center for Folk Life and Cultural Heritage, which is dedicated to highlighting and illustrating cultural heritage around the world. And so within the collection that they have, in 2004, there was a festival that was made that focuses on Haitian history and culture. And so there's so many items there related to that, related to that festival that were collected and emphasized Haitian history and culture. And then as well with the National Museum of Natural History, there's a ton of items, because oftentimes with natural history, they are able to acquire collections, personal collections from other people who have items that they have collected over time, and they then go and give their collections to museums. And oftentimes this is seen, I would say, with anthropologists, for example, are ones who are collecting these things, or just other people who have an interest in Haiti. And so that is how it gets acquired. And so just really this process was one of understanding that there needs to be more intentional collecting around Haitian history and culture, and just around the African diaspora in general. Yeah, so that's something that hopefully will happen in the future. Next slide, please. So one of the projects, or I guess one of the things I wanted to do as well with all of this information that I was gathering, was to get into the collections and find items that told a story about this cross-cultural connection between Haiti and the United States, and African Americans and Haitians, and to pick material and objects from our collection to do so. And so for a while, I was really digging into the material at the MOC, and decided to write a collection story about the connections, focusing on Langston Hughes and Winifred Mason Cheney, two prominent figures during the Harlem Renaissance. And something that I didn't know about Langston Hughes at the time when I was doing this was that, we think of him as one of the most prominent figures of the Harlem Renaissance. And I didn't know that during the height of the Harlem Renaissance, he spent most of his time actually outside of Harlem and traveling the world. And this kind of gets back to what Joanne was saying earlier about this idea of Haiti as the site of sanctuary for a lot of African Americans who are feeling the pressures and a lot of oppression within the United States, and wanting to go to Haiti as an escape. And so during this process, I found out that in 1930, Langston Hughes won the Harmon Foundation, which is this prestigious award for Black people in literature, to go and travel to Haiti. And when he was there on his first trip, which was in April of 1931, he was able to meet the famous Haitian poet and activist, Jacques Roman. And both men were really inspired by one another. And during this trip, was able to inspire them to go on and write about each other's home places, and also inspired a long time friendship too. And an example of the writing that's inspired by this trip is that Roman wrote a poem called Langston Hughes after this trip that highlighted his international travels and made reference to Harlem and the Harlem Renaissance. And Hughes as well, during this, I guess because of this trip, him along with Mercer Cook did the translation from French to English of Roman's, one of his well-known novels, The Masters of the Dew, in 1947. So it really just shows the inspiration that both of them have for one another and the admiration they both have for one another. And then I think another thing that I really appreciate about their friendship is that it also was one that is, based on these interconnections and based on around their political views too. And so a lot of their writing is political and talks about this shared oppression of Black people. And in the next slide, something that I found really interesting is that during the time in 1935, Jacques Roman was imprisoned in Haiti due to allegedly sending out radical material, passing it out to people in Haiti. And Langston Hughes saw this and heard about this and wrote a letter in the paper of the crisis and called Haitian Writer in Jail, speaking of what was happening to him and really rallying for other Black people in the United States to support him and to help him out during this time. And so with this letter that he wrote, they were able to form a committee that was then able to advocate for Roman's release from prison. So I think it really just, his relationship really highlights this interconnection and cross-culture connection between the two of them. And then on the next slide, I'll focus on Winifred Mason Chenet, who may be a less known figure of the Harlem Renaissance, but was a very profound African-American jeweler who began making her own jewelry in New York in 1935 and had her first workshop in Harlem in 1940. And this workshop was not only a place to make jewelry, but also to teach others and learn about the jewelry making process for those who wanted to learn. And in her workshop, a lot of prominent artists came through, and one of those being Art Smith, who is a renowned sculptor and mid-century modernist jeweler who was her shop assistant and early apprentice at the time, which is, I think, really great. And in 1945, Mason received the Rosenald Foundation Fellowship, which a lot of other African Americans during the Harlem Renaissance received. Hughes received that one as well. And it allowed for her to travel and live in Haiti for about a year in order to gather inspiration for her jewelry. And this is a really big deal at the time because a lot of jewelers during this time who were white were getting inspiration oftentimes from European influence. And so Mason going to Haiti was able then to be inspired by Haitian artists and their work and by the culture and folk life there. And from that experience brought that back, and it really transpired and transformed the work that she did. And she was able to create and start creating a lot of jewelry that had Haitian influence within it. And for example, here below her, there's a photo of this copper and brass diamond design cuff that you see, and it was designed in 1945. And this bracelet has thin strands of copper wrapped in around copper pegs and a crisscrossing diamond pattern. And this, people think that was a way for her to replicate the drums that she was seeing when she was in Haiti, and really kind of highlight the importance of music to Haitian culture. And then you also see to the right of that some silver earrings that have a veveve, which is a religious symbol for the spirits of Haitian voodoo within them. And this was made when she actually moved to Haiti, and after she married a Haitian artist and changed her name to Mason Chenet, and they started a factory together and started making jewelry that had a lot of voodoo inspiration for travelers to Haiti. And so, I think both Winifred Mason Chenet and Langston Hughes are really great examples of just all of the influence and the cross-cultural influence of Haitians and African Americans during the Harlem Renaissance. And all the items that you see here can be found as well on the website and can be looked at more on the website. And here's a beautiful photo of her in modeling her jewelry in a 1945 cover or 1946 cover of Ebony magazine. I think it's just really beautiful. And then also, if you want to, I guess, learn more about some of the connections that I spoke of, there is a story on the website that you can go find about these connections.
Thanks, Karen. So we thought we both end our presentation by talking about one items in one of the other galleries that we admired, that we thought, at least that we thought was interesting when we looked at the other museums and what they had. So I chose the Haitian drums again. There's so many Haitian drums across all the collections, all of the museum collections. But these ones really fascinated me. They're in the collection of the National Museum of Natural History. And why they fascinated me was it's very clear that it says in the collections record that they were confiscated during by the Catholic Church during the anti-superstition campaign that was conducted in Haiti, in the 1940s. So Mitro, as we know, is a very well-known anthropologist who wrote the 1958 Voodoo in Haiti, which was considered a classic work on Haitian voodoo for a very long period of time. He was working for the Smithsonian's Bureau of Ethnology during that period of time. He goes to Haiti. He's also walking around with Roumain and studying studying Haitian culture with Roumain, and it actually helps to inspire the Bureau of Ethnology that opens in Haiti in and of itself. And of course, the anti-superstition campaign is going on at the time. They're suppressing the voodoo religion. They're penalizing it. A lot of Honfus are being their work is being taken, their artifacts are being taken away from them, and they're being forced to hide their practice of their religion. It's interesting to me that there are some drums that are confiscated that then leave Haiti with someone like Mitro and end up being part of the National Museum of National Museum of Natural History's collection. I think that these are great questions when we're talking about how museums get items into their collections, and they bring pertinent questions about ethical return policies. The Smithsonian itself, if anyone has any interest in that, has a very big program that has been going on and has recently been ramped up over the past 2 years, in which they consider what items in their collections need to be returned to certain countries and why and what for, if it's being asked. So if you have any interest in that topic at all, I put a little note at the bottom bullet there, where you can find out more about the program by just Googling SI's National Collections and Ethical Returns programs. So drums confiscated during the anti-superstition campaign. And Karen, yours is?
Yeah, so I chose the drug jars at the National Museum of American History. And this one is, I chose it for a variety of reasons, but the museum has 58 in the collection when I was doing research about it. And they're all made out of porcelain, and they come from, I might say this wrong, Les Cayes in Haiti. Yeah. And each jar has writing in French for different medicinal ingredients. And one of the reasons why this is so interesting is because there wasn't any information really besides what is written here on the website. And so it kind of speaks to, like I was saying earlier, the obstacle of creating or understanding why things are collected when there's not too much public information about it. So to find out more, I would definitely have to go and talk to someone at the museum. But I did a little bit of research on my own to kind of figure out maybe what this is about. And I think that the style of jar was created in the 1800s. And what I'm kind of saying from this is that it really does speak to the importance of medicinal plants and medicine and care in the Haitian culture. There are so many that were made and collected for the museum, and then also does show the influence with French history, and kind of speaks to colonization as well, with all the jars being written in French and the porcelain material and whatnot. So yeah, I just thought it was a beautiful jar and has probably a longer story that I would love to know more about.
Our last slide for the day is just a plug that I'm putting in. Karen our work together Karen was wonderful to work with. I constantly have interns coming through to work with me to learn about museum work, to do curatorial research, to do research. And I just want to plug that in, that our museum has internships and fellowships that are available at all times of the year, in the summer, spring, and fall. That right now, a lot of them can be completely remote. And I think that will continue moving on. That's a gift that the pandemic brought us. They can be part-time or full-time. And it's not just curatorial research. You can also intern in our social media department or in special events. There are many different careers that you can find in museums. And we actually have a deadline coming up to apply for the fall internships if anyone is interested in learning about it. Again, you can just Google internships and fellowships on our website and find out more about that. So I'll stop sharing and let Q&A start now.
Wow.
Wow, that's all I could say.
Dapper, if I had a hat, I'd take it off and go like we can imagine that. Thank you so much. Two things, folks, put your questions in the Q&A or the chat. And the other two things just jumped off. When can I visit you? And the second is, you already answered it in your last slide. Is one of my questions. What can people do to participate in this work? You know, because and that's tied to something Karen said earlier about needing people who are dedicated to do this kind of work. Mm-hmm. So I'd like to open up, if you don't, okay, no questions yet. So I can open up and say, what caught me is like the breadth of everything that is actually, that you have in your collection, and how you can see how Haitians are in the fabric of this country, mm-hmm. you know, integral to this country, but yet you would not even know that. Mm-hmm. The paradox of liberty, you know, the names of the slave ships. And it had me thinking about how it is that a museum like the National Museum of African American, I forget what the NAMIC, okay. Its role, and how do you think a museum of this caliber influences not only other museums and communities that they need to be in, like spotlighting the way, but do you see ways that this museum is influencing Europe as well? Like, this is a way that you could tell our story. This is what you should include, and not include, for example, that Louisiana Purchase, how that was because of Haitians. And I'll tell you a quick little story. Had my partner and I, he had written a paper on it, and he mentioned it, how important it was, and his professor like kind of played it down, like it wasn't really. So how does the museum and your work engage with that on a level that is it possible to see it having an influence where it really needs to be in those gaps?
I think the Smithsonian is a model for what governments should be doing. They should be putting national museums that put their difficult histories and difficult topics on display and talking about them. And that is what we get requested the most. We have culture ministers, museum leaders, presidents of state often coming to our museum and asking us to meet, because we've become such a model for what it is to tell a harsh and hard story, but also tell a story in which the government is saying this is something that happened and we're trying to improve and be better about these circumstances that are in place. And so that's where we sit on panel discussions on museums. We meet with them. There are lots of new museums that are considering these as ideas. One of the other ways that we saw ourselves being as a model is that, remember, we started this collection with zero. So you had to tell 500 years of African-American history with not one item in 2005 when we started, right? And a lot of it was in other museums. So we went to other museums and we dug around the collections and looked for what we needed. And this is stuff they had never put on display. It was just sort of sitting there for a long time. We started to sort of see them noticing, hey, we've got this, you know, actually. Why don't we put this on display ourselves? Why don't we think about the other items in our collection and think about contextualizing them in our spaces as well? So there's new attention found for what people already had and contextualizing them in their own spaces, as well as what we saw that was of interest, and it was bringing light towards that. So that, again, that topic of telling difficult stories is something we've become quite expert at, and something people come and ask us to consult on quite a bit.
Thank you for that. And I think this is extremely important as we have a healing project also going on, as people who've suffered this very, very traumatic experience over the past, I don't know, maybe more than 500 years now. Because I mean, telling those authentic and courageous stories, I think it's not my own, courageous conversations having the courage to have this conversation is extremely important part of our healing process. But it also, while I'm listening to you, I'm thinking of there are lots of materials out there that are not on display. And here we are at the Haitian Studies Institute in New York, trying to create a digital archive, like pretty much like you, we could say 0, maybe we can say 2. 2, because we were lucky, we know we already will be receiving the documents, the papers of the master drummer, Frisney Augustin, from his partner, the late master drummer. We will be receiving his documents, tape. So we know we have that will be part of our archival material and display. And but there are places I know they have in their coffers items, important items that they just acquire and are not displaying. We would like the opportunity to build these relationships and to really have these places said, well, you know what, we have this, you can have it, because we can display it to help the community affirm its presence, affirms its identity, affirm the language and culture, and affirm how long the relationships or presence in this country has been. So I'm looking forward to us having many more conversations and for your guidance as to how we at the Institute can go out there to negotiate relationships, open communications with other places so that we can acquire some pieces for our archive.
I see questions in the Q&A, but I want to say that what's really exciting in the cutting edge future forward of museums right now are what we call in digital museums. And so what is it, a digital museum, right? It's not a museum that has a physical footprint, but it's something that can draw from collections all over the world to tell a story. And this is where you can begin to dig out of other people's stuff because you're sharing the content. And so what if there was a digital museum of Haiti and we could look at everything that was really everywhere, you know, to tell different stories, and it could be available to everyone, right? In multiple languages. And you don't have to worry about the money that's associated with having a physical plant in place. I think that really sort of is the future, and it'll help us get to those documents that are out there elsewhere as well.
Great. So I'm going to go to, there's 2 questions in the chat, and then I'm going to go to the Q&A, which they might be repeated. So Natalie Pierre, thank you so much. You'll be here tomorrow on the Tuyo panel. Yep. Natalie Pierre asked, can you speak more about the types of materials in the Natural History Museum? The drums were fascinating and aren't natural history. Museum storehouses for animals, flora, fauna, etc.
Karen, do you want to take that one? Mm-hmm.
Yeah, sure. I was just actually looking at all the items right now. One thing that's interesting too about the Natural History Museum is that a lot of the items from the Center for Folklife and Cultural Heritage, which I was speaking about earlier, the 2004 festival, were actually donated to natural history as well. So kind of shows like the cross institution sort of sharing that goes on. And like I was saying earlier with the festivals, that a lot of those items are, well, I guess I didn't say this, but a lot of it had to do with like religion. So there was a lot of candles and different altar items and different voodoo items. And then as well, a lot of different like bowls and yeah, I guess different types of material that were being collected. And a lot of for natural history, a lot of the material that's being collected is donated by people who have larger collections. Yeah, I don't know, Joanna, if you want to say a little bit more about that.
Jai, if you give me a minute, I just want to make sure that I let the audience know that we are at 5 o'clock. We'd love to continue the conversation, but on the program, we did say 4 to 5, but this is so rich. If everyone agrees, we can go another 15, 20 minutes. I'd love that if possible. What do you think, Jaya?
Yeah, if Joanne and Karen, you're okay. We just have a couple more questions.
Sure, that's fine.
Okay, great. Thank you. Karen, were you finished? Did you want to add? Okay. So this question is from Andrew McGinn. I'm sorry if I mispronounced it, but Andrew McGinn was in our panel yesterday. So thank you for returning. He says, thank you so much for this presentation, exclamation. Has there been any thought about expanding this to other federal sites? For instance, there are documents at the Library of Congress and neglected Haitian objects at presidential libraries throughout the United States.
Yeah, and thank you, Andrew. I saw your presentation yesterday and loved it because one of the things I focus on is also culinary traditions at our museum. And you were talking about bakers and the people there. I was like, oh, I've got to come and talk to him. Yes, obviously, it would be great to expand it to other federal organizations. At some point, we're going to reach a good hallmark where we'll be able to say, okay, we understand what's in the Smithsonian collections. And it would be now good to publish a guide, because that's what's really needed, right? An online guide so that people can go and find these materials without having to all of the trouble that we had to go through in the background trying to figure it out. One of the ways Karen could dig in and do things is because she's on site as an employee at that time as an intern, so she can go in the back end and she can look at the back end of collections websites, and there's a front end. You can go into on the website and check the museum website. But if you work there, there's a whole other catalog, that's on the back that you can go in and see things. She could talk to curators and other people about what items were in their museums. So she had the ability to build relationships and do things that other people couldn't do just from searching from the outside. But it makes a lot of sense, obviously, to extend it to other federal sites as well, and to see what they have, and to get a good sense, across the country, in federal, at least with all the agencies, what's held and why. And some of it is talking about like, why do federal agencies own some of this content around Haiti? Like, how does it get in there? So we have a lot of things, for instance, I know in some of the marine museums that are also are from the American occupation period in Haiti, and that's it's collected during that period of time and ends up there because of the intersection between the military and the American military and their presence in Haiti during that period of time. It would be good to get a sense of those objects. I agree with that.
Okay, and our second to last question comes from, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing the name, Dern Darrell Mutuia Nyengu. Right, you said that in the culture galleries, precisely in the cultural expressions, Haiti was featured, and that the African American vernacular too. Are there any other languages presented as a form of cultural expression in that section, or are the Haitian Creole and the African American vernacular just in a sort of parallel?
We only have, the only other non-African American language that we have is Haitian Creole, because the diaspora ring tells stories about every section of the exhibition. The exhibition is focused on food, on language, on style, on artistry and craftsmanship. So we tell stories about colorism in Mexico, social dance in Cuba, Bahamian craft traditions. So you can't do as much as you can as in the African American sections of the exhibition. So the African American section, which is focused on language power, the word tells the story of the Gullah-Geechee language, which is practiced in the Sea Island coast. It tells the story of Harlem slang, which is that emerged during the 1940s and the 1950s. It tells the story of African American vernacular English, but also mainstream American English as practiced by theologians, and people who are fighting for liberty for the United States. The Great Debaters, which is, some people remember that movie with Denzel Washington. We tell about the stories HBCUs, and they're using the English form to try to legitimize Black people as intellectuals by the way they speak. So there's a great section on writers and poets, like a big section. It's probably the biggest section on the written form, the poetics of the written form as captured, the poetics of the oral form as captured in literature. So that's how language of the power of the word sort of unfolds itself.
Okay, thank you. One last question from James Murray. He writes, "It was a shock that other Smithsonian museums have so much Haiti content. Do any of the other museums have dedicated exhibits on their Haiti artifacts? Are any of these artifacts on display? You just said no, but none."
So the picture that Karen had before of Navire Esclave, Toussaint Louverture, Navire Esclave, the National Museum of African Art often puts that object on display. It's one of their, it's done by a famous African sculptor, and it's a beloved object by them. But so the difficulty with us answering that question, James, is that what we had access to at our museum was all of the scripts. So I have all of the scripts and I can do searches for Haiti on display by just putting the word Haiti or Haiti or Hispaniola, and it shows me everywhere in all of the galleries and all the scripts where it shows up, and then we can go find it, right? We don't have access to the scripts across all of the museums, all 21 museums and research institutions. Some of those scripts are very old because the exhibitions are very old, have been there a long time. So it would be a much larger project to do a physical search of the items that are on display in and of itself. We're not quite there yet. We're still trying to get through the Natural Museum of Natural History's collection, actually, and figure out what all is all this stuff in there.
Okay, thank you. I think that's it for the question. Thank you so much, Dr. Joanne Hippolyte, Karen Bauer, Chapeau Bas. Thank you so much. This is fascinating. And like I said, I'm even more excited to go visit the museum and see a part of my history on two sides, the Haitian history and the Black American history. So thank you so much. So now I'm gonna turn it over to Dr. Sarah, Director, to close us out for the day.
Dr. Hippolyte, we knew from the moment we started the conversation with you, this was going to be a powerful moment of sharing. And we also greatly appreciate Ms. Bauer, soon to be Dr. Bauer, for your contribution. This was an amazing conversation. Thank you for the work that you've done and that you're continuing to do. And of course, this is we're only starting this relationship. It's a long-term relationship. So you'll be hearing from us, particularly as we are searching for an archivist who understand, who have that sensibility, who can help us build the collections that we want to build in New York at the Haitian Studies Institute. So pretty much we are concluding the second day of this of the Haitian Studies Institute May 2022 conference, Relighting the Crossroads, Historical and Cultural Encounters between Haitians and African Americans. We could not have concluded the second day in a better way than what just happened. We started with a bang yesterday and ended with a bang. And again, today it's been a phenomenal day. The scholars are incredibly brilliant and has helped us to see places about Haitian culture, language, and history, African-American language, culture, and history in ways that we have not seen before. We're pushing the field of Black studies globally forward. On behalf of the Institute, I want to thank everyone who participated this afternoon again, and we look forward to seeing you tomorrow. When we will host our last event to conclude the conference, which will be a tribute to the Haitian anthropologist Michel Wolfe-Trouillot. We will begin again at 11 and end the conference at 12:15. The Trouillot panel will be moderated by Dr. Mamira Douget-Prosper, assistant professor at UC California in Irvine, and she will be joined by Dr. Nathalie Frédéric-Pierre, who's in the room with us right now, who is an assistant professor in the Department of History at Howard University, and also Dr. Philippe Richard-Marius of the College of Staten Island CUNY campus, and also a member of the Haitian Studies Executive Committee, and Dr. Yarimar Bonilla, who's the director of the Puerto Rican Studies Institute, known also as Centro at Hunter College of the City University of New York, and a professor in the Department of Africana, Puerto Rican, and Latino Studies at Hunter, and also in the Ph.D. in anthropology at the CUNY Graduate Center. So again, a great big thank you, Chapeau Bas, Dr. Hippolyte Chapeau Bas, Miss Karen Bauer, and thank you all members of the planning committee. It's been an amazing conference so far, and we're closing with a big bang tomorrow. So we'll ask you all to come and participate in the conversation on Trouillot, someone who blew up academia, crosses every discipline. So we look forward to seeing you again tomorrow at 11 o'clock and bid you